because it's written here, innovator and motivator. I want to say that first of all, as Davis and Shadley, we take a lot of pride because we think we are the biggest or among the biggest employers of women in engineering. We have about 200 women engineers. We take affirmative action. When they leave university, we make sure when we are recruiting, we have women lined up. Now, what we are leaning towards is empowering women at the back end, the support side, the service side, the technician side. And so far we have 5, but we have an apprenticeship, if I can pronounce this one, program. Like he was the engineers, when I go to universities, I tell them a degree or a diploma or whatever qualification you're going to get, it's just a springboard. You know, when you're going to swim and then you have to step on a springboard so that you can jump, that's all you're going to get here. It will spring you into life. After that, you're going to have to swim so hard because the pool is full of many other people. And the person who swims fastest wins. So you must have this mindset. And I know that on one side, the youth have a defeatist attitude. There are no jobs. Even if you study, where are you going? That's a defeatist attitude. We don't want that. On the other side, there's some youth who say, I'm studying this diploma and must do this job. I need to be acknowledged. None of the extremes is right. Come here in the middle and say, I know, especially if you're a person of faith like me, that God will open a door for me. But the job He opens for me, I will make the best of it. It is just a starting point, and the rest is dependent on my point number 2. My point number 2, obviously, having worked for almost 3 decades, I would know this, is that excellence is a currency that makes you swim faster. You know, I was in secondary school, and there were those people, they remind me when we meet, they were like, hey, you used to be so sharp. And they're doing so well for themselves, because you know, when you come out here in life, a certificate doesn't matter really. The ground is level. It's how fast you can swim, and it's excellence. Whether you're in a corporate world, you're running your own business as a contractor, whatever you're doing, you've got to perform kind there. So if you want to go find life, there has to be excellence. Whether you're an entrepreneur, you're employed, whatever. And by the way, we also encourage a lot of entrepreneurship. We have a service provider program where we train you and you become one of the people that we partner with in doing jobs for us. Yeah. The third thing I would remind you is that as you go on with life, you will soon, especially addressing the women, that there are limitations that come with jobs. And I think you need to fully acknowledge the limitations that you're faced with. As a woman in the executive team, I have had to accept that I'm a woman. There's some things I can do well, some things I can't do so well. It doesn't compromise my performance in any way. For example, because I'm in charge of the branch network across the country, I used to drive long distances by myself, going to visit branches. By the grace of God, I've now been allocated a driver, and we also have a plane, so I get to fly a bit with it. But these are limitations. Samantha doesn't mind driving to Mombasa today, and then to Busia tomorrow, and then to Garissa the other day. But I acknowledge that these are my limitations. Did it come forward? No. The other limitation, and is my point number 4, is the work-life balance. Yeah? Because we are finding, especially Gen Z. Is this Gen Z I'm addressing? Is this Gen Z, Gen Alpha, Gen Z mumetufundisha mambo, we are proud of you. You taught this country, you have reset this country at another level. We are all now owned by Gen Z, so you become a reference point. But Gen Zs also have a way of being skewed. You know, you give them a job, you call them for an interview, you tell them we have an opportunity in Nairobi, they're like, well, I just want to stay in Nairobi. This is where I was born and raised. You know, just mindset that makes you wonder. They come and work for 2 days, they say, I need sleep. If I am not entitled to leave, I would rather just leave this job. I wonder who feeds Gen Z. During our time, you got a job and you hang on to it because you're not going to your mother's house. Who is feeding you? Life doesn't have to be so hard. I see them in Davis and Shakira. They don't go past the internship program because they think life is so hard. They're wondering which life is hard. This is what everybody goes through. Work-life balance. You get the job done, but you also balance it with life and find a sweet spot. I'm a mother of 2 daughters who are adults. I don't think I've compromised my motherhood or my career journey. So you got to find a balance somewhere. You want to date, you can date. You want to get married, you have to have children. All this has to be integrated with your career life. Otherwise, why are you here? You came here so that you can be a housewife. Yeah? If that's so, no, I have no issues with being a housewife. But what I'm addressing is something I had in another conference I went to. The most women in STEM, especially STEM, the transition rate from school to the work is so low. They get lost there. I think they feel they're not good enough or they have other things they would rather do. They do not transition to do the courses that they studied for. So I'm trying to address that we need to have a balance. Because I don't want to take too much time, and I think there are many speakers here, I want to wrap up my speech by saying that there are so many opportunities if you address my point number one, an adjustment in your mindset. Okay? There are so many opportunities. This young girl, Esther here, works in our department called ESG. ESG is a big field in corporate world. E for environmental, social, and governance. And the social pillar is why we are here. To preach diversity, inclusivity, equity. We want to be known for a company that champions these things from the social point of view. So there are many, many opportunities. If you will open your mind to them, if you will apply yourself to the opportunities that come your way, if you will lead in excellence, don't forget ever the story of Abdikadir and Margaret Nyambura. Do not ever forget, you are the one to determine how far you go in life or how not far you go in life. I want to leave it there, and I want to thank this organization for the opportunity they've given me. We will have Grace joining the mentorship program, and Esther will stay on. But at some point, I'll have to excuse myself because I have other things running, but I will stay a bit. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Margaret, for your words of wisdom. And I want us to appreciate her. And because she works with a company that deals with water, we are going to appreciate her in a small, unique way. And I'll show you. We start by first tapping with one finger, then two, then three, then four, then five. So that it goes, the way the rain comes, then it starts with little drops and then it goes over. So when I tell you one, we clap with one finger. When I say two, we go to two fingers, then three, then four, then five. Let us start. 1, 2, 3. We continue until I say so. 4, 5. Thank you very much, Margaret. Indeed, we are very pleased, and I think, like she says, her story will remain with you forever. And we are being challenged, even as the young people, that we should take challenges and stick on, and not just quit our jobs because of the flimsiest, reasons that we have. So far, so good. And I think we've been sitting for so long. Before I call the next speaker, I would wish us to stand. Let's stand just a bit. Let's stand a bit. Let's stretch. Let us stretch. Look for space. Then you can talk to 2 people who you don't know, find out their names and what they do. Introduce yourself to at least 2 people and find out what they do. Please find out the person who is sitting next to you. Introduce yourself and make sure that during other break you're able to socialize. So kindly introduce yourself to 2 or 3 people. We can see. Asanteni sana. I hope you have been able to know the person who is sitting next to you and what they do and who they are and where they come from. Before I call the next speaker, I just want to call Model to come and just say hi to us. She also works with Priscilla from Innovate. So allow her just to say something, then we continue with the program. Karibu sana.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Sawa? Kwa salama? Kwa pamoja? Wonderful, wonderful. I'm very happy to see you all. My name is Model Kasanga. I'm a teacher by profession. I teach English and secretarial studies. I've not taught secretarial studies for a very long time because it left the stage age for more. It is wonderful to see all you lovely, bright young faces. And for the young men, welcome. Welcome. For us women who are talking to each other, we say he for she. We say he for she. Because this world is round and we are in it all together. Asante and pleasure meeting everybody. Thank you for being so inspiring. I'm sorry I'm late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Bill and Priscilla, of course, are here with us the whole day, so we'll get a time of working on and talking to them as we go along. Next, I want to call the representative of the people from Kenjen. Kenjen, this is your opportunity. Kenjen. And you clap until she comes here. Clap until she gets here. Thank you very much. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? It's so wonderful to stand here and see a room full of bright faces. I want to invite my colleagues so we can introduce ourselves. And I'll begin with myself. My name is Elishiba Msengeti from Kenjen PLC. I'm a Principal Programs Officer at Kenjen. I want to invite my colleagues. We've come quite a group just to come and say hi first before we go to what we've prepared for you. We can clap for them as they come. So as you know, Kenjen, of course, has men and women, but today we just came as ladies because of this program. So I'll just ask them to say their names quickly and maybe what they do before we move forward. Good morning, everyone. Morning. How are we feeling today? Yeah. Very well. Yes, my name is Insene Bagaja. It's quite a difficult name. I work at Kenjen, and my role in the company is supporting gender mainstreaming initiative within the company. As the last speaker mentioned, it's one of the social pillars in environmental and social and governance issues that several companies are planning to, or rather are implementing across their programs. So it's wonderful to be here, and I look forward to sharing with all of you and leaving an impact, however small. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Vicky Kanoki, also from Kenjen. My background is ICT. I am one of the pioneers, ladies of the Pink Energy, and Shiba will talk to you about our Pink Energy group. At the moment, I'm also one of the coordinators for Nachaha, another program in energy. So we are here just to give you our Kenjen story and to encourage you. Very good.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jino Njiku. I'm in the marketing and spread communications department. I'm interning currently. And I'm happy and it's a pleasure to be in this room with beautiful and strong women of like mind with a background in the technical and training field.
Hi, my name is Engineer Vanis Mungwa. I'm very delighted to be here. I work as Engineer Technical Affairs. We're the ones who come up with the bills for all the power plants in the country under KenGen and give them now to Kenya Power for them to be billed to you from the power plants that the power that you have generated. I'm very happy to be here and I'll be sharing my story. And it's such a great thing to see all of you here very ready to listen. So thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Vanessa Chirchir and my background is gender development studies. I'm happy to be here. I'm noting that one of our objectives is women empowerment, which I'm very, very passionate about. And thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Jacquet Mercy. I am working at KenGen as an intern, corporate and marketing communication, and I'm happy to be here with you today to learn and to encourage our ladies here. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Is it morning? Yes, my name is Engineer Rosalind Muhia. I am a mechanical engineer by profession, and I work in a division called design and construction. So we are the ones in charge of building the power plants. Yes, at KenGen. And I'm happy to be here. We are so happy to be invited, and we are so happy to support and also to learn from you. So thank you for having us.
So thank you. So I'll invite a few others afterwards. So as they have said, KenGen is, our mandate is essentially to generate power, and we have plants across the country. We are headquartered here at Tima Plaza, just down the road in Ngara. But we have wind power in Ngong. We have hydroelectric power in the eastern region, the Seven Forks Dam project. We have hydroelectric power also in Sondu Miriu, which is outside of Kisumu, and then up in Takwel, so between West Pokot and Turkana counties. And then we have our geothermal. We are known for our geothermal power in Olkaria. And we have a small, what we call a mini, what do we call it in Apatana? A mini hydros in Apatana, so that is in Moranga. And so those are where we are located. So as you can see, we're a national company. We are much like Davis and Shatley, known as an engineering company. But of course, we have men and women in various careers, not just engineers. We have technicians. We have also people like you had in ICT, in gender. Myself, I head programs in KenGen Foundation, where we give scholarships to students in university and high school. And we have community projects as well that we do, because a big part of impacting the nation is being able to also change lives and livelihoods. And so because KenGen is, like I've said, a national organization, one of the realizations was that the women were fewer, which is the case across board, not just in KenGen, but not just fewer, but also that some of them were afraid of applying for the more senior positions because of various socializations that we've all seen. Just today in this room, by the way, I will not say their names, but I've asked some young ladies in this room. I was giving them my phone. And I said, when you go to the front, can you take a photo of us? Do you know 3 of them have said no? They are terrified of taking a photo. And yet I can see this generation, not just on TikTok and Instagram. You can not only take a photo, you can even take a video and edit it. But because this request is coming from someone maybe who looks, I don't know, older, or I don't know what it is about, maybe my phone is scary, they've said no. Suddenly you're terrified because of the space you're sitting in, that maybe I don't even know how to take a photo. And that's what happens with a lot of us as women. You agree? You've studied for something, you know it, you have a degree, you have a diploma, a certificate, you've been doing practicals. Then when you're asked to do it, I'm not sure. give so and so. Try. In fact, one told me, no, try her, try her. Imagine. It's so sad. My encouragement would be that we don't do that. Luck, for luck, is actually when preparation meets opportunity. Hakuna kitu kama kismat na bahati. And here, even Africans, we even start saying nimerogwa. What we call luck is when opportunity meets preparation. So please don't stop killing your luck before it begins. So Kenjen, we have Pink Energy, what was mentioned here, which is a program that empowers and encourages women to be the best that they can be, all in all cadres and across all the different departments and divisions and across the country. And what Pink Energy has done and why we're sharing this is because part of inclusivity, and when we talk about ESG, part of inclusivity means that you have to equip people and continuously empower them through programs, through policies, and also through budget. These programs must have a budget. For this program to happen, there's a budget that was set aside for it. You have to put your money where you have to support what you're saying with money. So we have the Pink Energy, and it was really a brainchild of our former MD CEO, Rebecca Miano, who is now, as you know, CS Tourism. And it has had a great impact because we've seen mentorship programs happening, we've seen women applying for more positions, and we've also seen women embracing other roles. Sometimes what is written in the job description is only the beginning. You have to challenge yourself, and I'll say this to the young ladies. Young ladies at the back, are you hearing me? Whatever is written on your JD, the job description that for a job you're applying for, is only the beginning. You don't limit yourself to that. You excel in what is in the job description, and then you go over and above. And that's how you become an outlier. Because the people who will be able to progress further have to be those who can stand out a little bit. I've mentioned my background actually is international relations and Africana studies. Here I am in a program for women in STEM. Why? Because my passion is in mentorship. And somebody saw it. Are we together? So please don't say you can't take a photo. Ask, can I even take a video and edit it for you? That's how you stand out. Are we hearing? The way we limit ourselves will limit how far we can go. As part of Pink Energy as well, we've started another program called Nurture Her, which is interesting because I see Innovate Her. But Nurture Her is a mentorship program, and Vicky Kalok is here. She's also one of the coordinators, along with our other colleagues. We realized that within the organization, you can have somebody who is not necessarily in senior position, but they have some skills or knowledge that they can share with other women. So we asked women to sign up to be either mentors or mentees, not based on age, not based on cadre, because I could be a director, but there's a skill or something that somebody who's younger than me can teach me. And being a teachable person is one of the skills and values that will take us far in life. The minute you say, mimi nimefika nimeacha kujifunza, you stop living, you stop growing. So the Nurture Her is a program that is mentoring women, and the mentors are trained and equipped to mentor each other on life skills, on negotiation skills, on communication skills, on network building, on advocacy and self-advocacy and advocating for others, on even understanding what is diversity, what is inclusion, what does it mean, and other things like that. So beyond the professional skills, having some of the soft skills which really set us aside and make the work meaningful for us. Work is not supposed to be something that is dreary, that bogs you down, that you're just doing it for the money. If that was the case, I don't think we would be alive. Work is supposed to be something that also gives us life. Sasa, next to us as I invite my colleague Rosalind, I think she's coming in next. My encouragement to us that don't say I can't. Don't say I can't. Stop hiding. Stop saying try that other one. There's nothing about that. Luck is when preparation meets what? Opportunity. Thank you very much. Karibu Roland. Thank you very much.
I'm just here to share with you the stats. At Kengen is a big company, and we have about, I think we have about 1,800 technical staff. And out of that, we are only 13% women of our technical staff of the STEM at Kengen is only 13%. So you know that's very low. But then now you see in Kenya, we only have there are stats in Kenya 20%. Only 20% is the makeup of the women, and worldwide is 30%. But now, interestingly, now, which a colleague of mine told me here, Bernice told me, Engineer Bernice mentioned that the country with the highest percentage of women in STEM is a country in Africa. Does anyone know which one it is?
Yeah.
No. No. Yeah. Algeria. You can imagine a country like Algeria with all these challenges, yeah? Women are, I mean, I think dominantly a Muslim country. So you can imagine 48.5% in the world, they are leading. So, I mean, and what is stopping us? So, with my colleague, Engineer Malik is going to do the main, she's going to talk to you about, she's going to be our main speaker. But I just wanted to share one thing that, we always, I think it's a thing that we always told, I was told when I was young, and even now people tell you that, in life, you have to have a positive mindset. Don't be all the time negative. Be positive, but they don't give you a formula on how to be positive. Like, it doesn't make sense. Just be positive, but how? But then now I've come to learn that for us in STEM, the way to have a positive mindset is to have a problem-solving mindset. And it's a muscle. You have to exercise that problem-solving muscle. So, and it doesn't have to be, you don't have to wait to graduate to exercise that muscle. It's in everything that you do, even in your studies. If you have a class that is challenging for you, it's an opportunity for growth. So just create a study program for yourself, right? And even if you're not getting anything in class or in your books, there are so many resources. You can go to YouTube and you can there's so many people teaching these classes on YouTube. Just create a program for yourself and watch these videos. We also have online websites that offer courses in STEM. And I think one of them is a website called Coursera. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. It's called Coursera, yes, it's very good. So for me, I'd say Coursera and YouTube, and you also have academia. Academia is also very good. And yeah, so I mean, for me, I want to talk about that, and I want to talk about how it's important to have inclusion. It's not just about, yeah, it's important. We need to have more women in STEM, but we need to have inclusion. We need to work together because that is the only way that we can be creative, that our innovative ideas can bring creativity into our ideas. Yeah. So with that, I'd like to invite Bernice. Thank you for your time.
I'd like to tell a story. And this story is about me, so I do not want to hide it and pretend it's not true. So I started my career from the level of a diploma. I did a diploma in those days when Mombasa Polytechnic, before it moved to being a technical university. And so after doing my diploma, my mom does business. She sells clothes. So I finished back in 2008. Where were you? So 2008. And then when I finished my diploma, I thought, as my mom is selling clothes, I will help her with the business as we come up together and look for a job. Of course, when you're with your mom and you're talking, at least with lunch and a few things here and there. So yeah, I tarmacked 2009, 2010, 2011. I got my first employment in a fast moving consumer goods company. And now we had to separate with my mother and I started working. Interestingly, I have done a diploma in chemical engineering and I'll tell you why I'm telling you this story. So I had done a diploma in chemical engineering, but I was employed in a manufacturing company as a sales person. Okay? So I worked there for 1.5 years. And as I was working there, and I'm glad I didn't mention the company, the challenges that women in STEM go through, as much as I was not in STEM. So there were people who were working there way senior at very high level and were making advances. And these are things that you're going to experience. It is the truth of the matter. So we do not need to hide and pretend that it is all rosy out there. The truth of the matter is you'll have people making advances to you. You'll have people telling you how they can subsidize your struggles for lunch, struggles for bus fare, and so many other things. So a very senior level person was making advances together with another. And I kept running to the stores, hiding myself, crying and asking God, because I'm a believer I'm born again, and praying and asking God, for how long am I going to go through this? Remember, it's only a year and a half. And so as I was going through that kind of a challenge, they make advances, they write messages. The following day in the morning, you're supposed to do reports and submit the same report. And because these people feel that you are not responding to their advances, what do? It's a glass office, open space, and where we're sitting, the sales reps and executives, is an open office. So they will get out and shout at the top of their lungs how I am not performing, how I am trying to, put in negative voices around me so that I would feel intimidated, so that I would cringe. Then again, when they make those advances, I would quickly give in so that I can get away from that kind of struggle. So this went on, and I played that role. I pretended that I did not understand what exactly they're doing. All along, I'm doing something else. I'm job hunting. I'm looking for another opportunity. And so I did not stop. I never gave in to the advances. So one time, I am doing shopping in one of the supermarkets. At that time, I was with my fiance. And as we were pushing the trolleys, he tells me, look, that is the CEO for Kenjan. And I did not think twice. I dropped everything I was shopping, walked to him, and I told him, excuse me, sir, my name is Engineer. I'm not even an engineer at the time, remember? So I told him, my name is Engineer Banis, and I've been applying job in this institution. I've not been in your company, and I've not been able to get an opportunity. And he told me, we are in festive season. How can I help you? I told him, give me your mobile number and tell me the right time for me to call you. Then I will get back to you. So quickly, he wanted to give me his email. I told him, no, please, sir. Just give me your mobile number. I promise you, I'm not going to call you. And so what did he do? He gave me his mobile number and I dialed very fast. just in case it doesn't ring. So I dialed the number and it rang. Then I told him, save engineer Banis. And then he said my name. Then I asked him, so when is the appropriate time for me to get back to you? And he told me, get back to me sometime 3 weeks after the new year, because it was in December. And so I got back to him around that time. I'm calling, it's not going through. Obviously, a very big person, very busy. So I sent him a text. Hello, Sam, how are you? Is there hope for me to get an opportunity in your organization? And quickly he responded and said, please send me your credentials. So I sent my CV, sent my documents, everything I could think of. Because this is an opportunity. Exactly. And the preparation was way before. Yeah. All right? So I have my certificate, I have my CV done, and I sent my documents. And he stayed again and he did not respond. Then I wrote him an email now because now I have an email correspondence. Because I want to make it very official. Remember, I've gone through stuff. So I don't want someone just thinking just in case, right? So I sent him an email. Hello, sir. My name is Engineer Banis. And I have sent you my documents. Please advise if there are opportunities in your organization. And so what does he do? He responded and told me someone will get in touch with you. And fast forward, I'm working in Kenjan. And I'm not telling you that so that you follow that path and you start following Madam, Hari Madam. Every person's story is different, all right? But there's something that I wanted to talk about out of that particular story. And one of the things I want to talk about is boldness, all right? So most of the times we are afraid, even when we are at the sight of an opportunity. We shrink back. And most of the times we find women will never put themselves forward. You'll always cringe back and hope that somebody else takes that opportunity, when actually it was actually meant for you. And then you go back and start praying and crying and praying all the number of prayers you can think of. But you have an opportunity right in front of you, but you choose not to. So I want to implore you today, choose to be bold. Bold in the presence of your male counterparts, because most of the times you'll find that an advert is sent out and women will not think about how they can do that job. They'll start thinking about how they cannot. And that is where we fail. Right here in college, there are those subjects that you have classified them, that these ones, thermodynamics, fluid mechanics, I don't know, structural sciences or whatever it is. There's that mentality, that perception that we have in our mind, that this can only be done by men. What is so different? They have the same brain just like you. All right? And so while I was in Kenya and I was working in a thermal power plant, and I thought to myself, I'm not going to stop here. I need to advance, I need to grow. And so with my meager salary, I started paying for my degree program and I did mechanical engineering. And so as I did that and finished and graduated, I was still working as a technician. And I did not stop that. I went ahead and started doing mentorship programs. And I would walk into rooms and I'm mentoring graduate engineers and I'm working as a technician. And that would have brought in an imposter syndrome, feeling that you're inadequate. And that is what happens to us ladies. I'm sorry, I'm talking to the ladies. Statistics have shown that women, ladies, we hold ourselves back. We know we are capable. We know we can do it. But we hold ourselves because of the next thing that I'm going to talk about. Number 2 is attitude. Most of the times you find that, and let me just define attitude before I forget, in the way I understand it. Attitude is the mirror or the window through which you see life, right? And as a small girl growing up, so many people might have thrown trash on your window, saying you're incapable of this, or you cannot do that. Or maybe you've thrown trash to your own window, feeling like you have grown up in a disadvantaged environment. Maybe from a single mother or a single father, or the society or the community that surrounds you has thrown windows at you to just show you how incapable you are. So today, as I talk about attitude, the window through which you see life, I want you to tell your neighbor, clean your window. Clean the biases that we have seen in the career environment. For example, I'd like to ask, one of our guests spoke about civil here from NCA. What do you call a female foreman? Those are the kind of biases that we are seeing in the industry, right? And we have ladies who are doing jobs that are going, as ladies are going to end up being foremen, quote unquote. All right? But these kind of biases should not stop us because we were not there and they are our allies. So we need to work together and start changing the narrative. Because right now, the perception that is out there when we have women gathering to talk about themselves is that we are fighting men or we are trying to push men out of the state that they ought to be in. We are not. We need to change that stereotype because what we are doing is we are trying to create an equal playing field, trying to push the girl child that you have, that change your attitude, push yourself a little bit more. You can do it. It is innate inside of you for you to be able to achieve and be in these particular spaces. And so the other thing that I want to talk about is the power of education. The power of. So as a woman, as you're in class and you're studying, are you just studying without an imagination or thinking about what exactly the future holds for you? Because as men are studying, you'll find some of them will walk and put on helmets. A very simple thing. Put on what? A helmet. And that person is actually picturing themselves already doing the work that they're studying. How many ladies will walk with a helmet? Why? Because as we are changing the mindset, like our speaker talked about, we need to have the power of imagination. We need to see ourselves already there, doing what we are studying. Then we will be able to achieve. So I'm going to summarize. I have talked about number one, boldness. Number two, attitude. And what is attitude? Yeah. Do you know that thing that like, what is that called? The class of words. Yeah. What is attitude? Yes, clean out your window. Start seeing life differently. And I will give a final example. I'm a mother and I have two sons and a daughter, and my youngest son is about 8 months, almost starting to crawl and walk. When you see a small baby starting to walk, they stand up the first time, and then they stumble, they take 2 or 3 steps, and then they fall down. This child, I will tell you what this child does not do. This child does not blame the mother, oh, you're not showing me how to walk right. Or this child is not blaming the father, oh, you're not stretching out your hand to reach me. What does that child do? Stands up again and tries again. 1 week, 2 weeks, before you know it, that child is walking. The attitude that this child has, the window of this child is squeaky clean, positive. I can do it. I will repeat until they get there. And that's why we are all working. Otherwise, we would not be working, right? Because we are once in that level. And it is what I would like to implore you today. Have an attitude that you can make it. Have an imagination of where you want to be. Have the right attitude. And above all, be bold. Let nothing stop your current as you move forward. Thank you. Thank you, the Kenyan Pink Energy Group. We are really delighted. And I want to take special recognition to Incent for organizing that trip, this team, and we are really excited. We are learning, and I'm so excited because I wish I was the one sitting on the other side. During our time, we did not have such. We didn't have people to mentor us, and I think most of my contemporaries here can say that. So I wish I was on the other side. I wish during my time I had somebody to mentor me. So let us take whatever we are being told very seriously. And as we are here, we are all representatives from our particular institutions and our departments. Are we together? So whatever we are learning here, kindly let us go and cascade it and share the information we are learning with our colleagues and our friends, both male and female. Are we together? I would like to appreciate the Kenyan Pink Energy team. And this time, let's stand up. It's a group of very beautiful ladies. These are very beautiful ladies. We are going to get them a bunch of flowers. So let us start by picking up the pink roses. Let us pick a few pink roses. Let us pick a few white carnations, some yellow roses. Let us put some plants there, the greenery. Let us put some baby spread. Let us take a nice, beautiful pink ribbon. Let's tie up the bouquet and we pass it to the Kenyan team. Thank you very much. Asanteni sana, you can have your seats. As we continue, I would like to recognize the presence of a few of us who have also joined us. I want to recognize the presence of Eunice Chege from ETSOS. Kindly stand up and just wave. Eunice will be moderating the afternoon, the panel session in the afternoon, so she'll probably get a moment to say that. Then I want to recognize the presence of the people from Trident Plumbers, representative from Trident, Bamburi Cement. Kindly stand up and just wait before your time comes. And at this juncture, I would wish to invite Imelda Nasubo from the Association of Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya, so that she can lead us through the next session. Clap until she reaches here. Clap, 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 clap. Thank you very much, Imelda.
Thank you, Madam G. Good morning. How are you? Bonjour. I hope all of you are well. I'm Nasubo Imelda Bashisha from the Association for Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. And we're so glad to be here. I don't know where to start. I wear so many hats, but today I'm here as a woman in mining, but I am a mining engineer by profession. So as I continue to introduce what Awake is all about, I would like to welcome the Awake team, and I'll just give them 1 minute to say something. But the Association for Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya is an association that brings together women from the energy side and women from the mining side. Even the Kenyan team is welcome to join us as women in energy and mining. And it was established in 2016, and its main goal is to enable women in these industries to achieve professional growth and also economic growth. So we work with both professional women and also women in the grassroots areas. We work with the women who go to the mines to get you, like Bamburi Cement, they rely so much on limestone and all. So we work with women who go down there to get such things. Women who bring up gemstones, like what you're wearing here and some of the women here. Yes, and our aim is just to build the capacity to know how they can do the mining safely, to know how they can prevent themselves from issues like SGBV,
to also build their financial literacy and for them to know if I get my gemstone from this mine, how am I going to sell it for me to have the money that I require to invest back and even to support my family and other needs. Yeah, so we have different signature programs. These are some that I've mentioned. And the one that has actually brought us here is the mentorship program. That is one of our big programs that we have. We realize that women in the energy and extractive sector do not have, I would say, role models. They do not have role models of that type to guide them and to work with them in this male-dominated industry. So that is why this program came about. And I'm actually a beneficiary of the program. So I was a mentee and then grew into an intern and then now helping with the programs in our week. So it has helped some of us here. And I'll just give them 1 minute to say something.
Hi, I'm extremely short, so you forgive me. My name is Grace Aluach. I am the Communication and Advocacy Officer for the Association for Women in Energy and Extractives in Kenya. And before I say anything further, Imelda is very modest. She's a mining engineer. She graduated top of her class, first class honor. And she worked for Kenya's largest mining company based in Kenya before now they're doing the whole rehabilitation. And I just want to say 2 things. I am a communication specialist. We are often told so many things about, I like the lady from Kenya and what she said. Be bold, but also be audacious. You have social anxiety, go ahead, that's big. I also struggle with social anxiety, but unaenda hapo unaambia tu mtu niaje, huko anaitwa XYZ, this is what I do. But what we also lack is one thing. We are not willing to do the volunteer work. Because for you to be given internship, attachment, you have to volunteer. You have to be willing to do it for free in the beginning. I'm telling you, you have to do it for free. You have to, for innovators and inventors, how many times have they failed? There were no financing, there was no money, there's nothing. So at the end of the day, we have to be willing to do it for free before you can reap any, whatever, when they say reap something, that word. And the other thing I want to say, I'm coming from a branding perspective. How do you brand yourself? What we say is how we dress. Today was a field day for us, so I wore my field day t-shirts for the organization. But also, it's how do you walk into rooms? How do you introduce yourself? Some people can't introduce themselves. You can't even say your name. My name's R. Oh, you. You need to learn. Do you have your email address? I've read who even have email addresses where someone can send you an email address. You don't want to pick up phone calls. You don't want to show up for those interviews. So they might look mundane. They might look small. But at the end of the day, people will address you with how you dress yourself. I have come to believe that. So, bye.
Hi everyone, my name is Michelle Kaua. I am a petroleum engineering student at Kenyatta University, currently in my last semester, and I'm also a product of AWEC mentorship. AWEC has really held my hand. I joined the mentorship program when I was in first year, and they have really held me all through. And I really love seeing Kenyan people because I did my attachment at Kenyan this year. That was from Jan to April this year. And yes, I love to be in this space. Mentorship holds a really, really great space, position in my heart because I am myself a product of mentorship and I want to continue the same thing. And I'm happy to see all of you here. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Geologist Sophia Tichelesamu. I am the chairperson of gender chair, but I like the Kiswahili one because Kiswahili says mwenyekiti. So it doesn't have the gender part. So mimi ni mwenyekiti wa shirika bodi la chairperson of mineral rights. So ni bodi la haki ya madini. In the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. I chair the board that advises the Cabinet Secretary on matters of licensing of mineral rights and the areas to mine, all that. So I'm advisor to the Cabinet Secretary of the Ministry of Mining. And I'm glad to be here. I'm also a mentor at AWEC. Yes, I was in that, so good product. And I'm also a product of mentorship, and I'm grateful to be here. And I would love to help see women in STEM and in these male-dominated areas to grow and move forward. Because usually, like where I am in the board, I'm the only lady. We were two, and the other person, her term expired, and so I'm still the only lady. I'm trying to push that they nominate another lady to the board. But even in the ministry, I've been making a lot of noise because the leadership in the ministry has fewer ladies. And so it's a conversation that we have to keep going and keep pushing. But based on that, also, it's important that you are in that space, take that education and all that, so that when the opportunity comes, you are nominated or you are picked. So keep at it. Thank you.
Hey everyone, my name is geologist Sandra Maingi. I'm a recent geology graduate and currently a mentee of our mentorship program. So much has been said, and the room is full of so many wonderful women, professional women. So mine is just to say that there's a lot of wisdom being shared over here, and there's and from AMP, there's a lot of professionals ready to guide you and hold your hand and mentor you. So go out, be bold into the space. There's so much waiting for you. Yeah, and I'm happy to be here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is mining engineer Lian Kagai Mugala. I have my mentor warned me, you have to say you are mining engineer. That's Grace over there. And I'm very honored to be here. I'm a member of AWIC, the Association of Women in Energy and Extractive. And I'd say that mentorship is very key in career progression, and take time to connect with people and know what they do. Tell them what you can do, and opportunities will definitely come. So, and also sometimes it doesn't have to be direct mentorship. Mentorship can be like, you can be my mentor and you don't know. I just look up to you. I learn from what you do. So you don't have to be to look for direct mentors all the time. I've been admiring also mining engineer Imelda long time ago. She was from Taita Taveta, but I knew her through LinkedIn. And look at what she's doing, and I'm like, oh, I also need to do something about myself. And that is why I am where I'm at the moment. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. I'm very happy to be here today. My name is Emily Ochanda. I'm a sustainable energy and business development expert. I'm also an entrepreneur, the founder of Siganda Limited. Today, I'm here as a mentor with AWEC. And it's very important for me to do this because I've worked in the energy sector for 30 years. And I've done many things in the 30 years, worked with conglomerates like Mobil Oil, Total Energies, in Africa, in different countries, in Europe, in the Americas. And we say that what you know, teach, right? Yeah. And this is one platform that allows me to share my experiences with other people. And I'm particularly keen on supporting young women to navigate the career journey, but in Siganda to especially look beyond just looking for jobs when you're done with your training here, to being job creators, because you're positioned to do that. Okay. A friend of mine recently told me there's a difference between engineers who train in TVETs and the ones who go to universities. And I leave that debate there. Okay. So I think your position today, because the energy sector particularly is evolving, and the skills you are acquiring today can be translated into driving the energy transition. And I'll be very happy to mentor some of you, work with you, to ensure you're not just users of energy, but you're also driving and leading that conversation through innovation, through entrepreneurship, and any other ways we can apply our services. Thank you.
I'm supposed to hand this mic to Emily, but before I hand over the mic to her, there's something that we mining engineers are the ones that extract minerals, and one of the most valuable minerals I know you guys know is gold. You do know we have gold in Kenya?
Yes.
Where?
Because
Where? Apart from Victoria and Kakamega?
okay.
No, there's no gold in China.
I know.
Actually, I know.
I don't know.
Yes, there was Pokot, and there's another county. We are back from Victoria and Kakamega. Some here. In a way, what course you're looking for, and someone got that stuff to grade, you go to grade and you do your game. That's it. You go to the course. It's hard. No. Someone most marketing. I believe that mentorship, especially for women in STEM, is like a nugget of gold. So when you get a small nugget of gold, like even 5 grams of gold, that's a lot of money because a gram of gold goes for
5,000.
how much?
5,000.
7,000. Yeah. So even if you get that small nugget, it's still valuable to you. So mentorship for women in STEM is like a nugget of gold in a sea of rock. So it's very valuable. And for us, being in the field and working with men, we have seen the importance of mentorship for women in STEM. So for the young women here, don't take it for granted. I am here able to speak because most of the engineers are not able to articulate themselves because they do calculus and all. But mentorship helps you to know how to do this small things, articulating yourself public speaking, knowing how to do your CVs and all. So take it as a very important thing for you in your career and run with it. Look for a mentor who's gonna hold your hand and walk with you and guide you even as you grow. So I'll hand over to Emily as she gives a few words. For the rest of us, me and geologists will meet during the panel.
Engineer, Imelda. There are a lot of engineers in the room. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm actually very excited to see Alishiba because she doesn't realize, but she gave my daughter an opportunity to join the UWC schools, and she's training to be a chemical engineer today. So thank you very much. I've never we've never met face to face. So thank you very much for that impact you've directly had in my life. I had started my introduction briefly, and I have worked in the energy sector for many years. But in fact, when I started out, my intention was not really to go into, I would say, energy leadership, because I'm trained as a marketer. I studied Bachelor of Commerce, specialized in marketing management at Kenyatta University. But what led me to the energy sector is curiosity. It's really curiosity. I used to see service stations because that's the visible part of the energy sector. And I always imagined that I would run one. I always said I'd like to run a service station. Then when I went in, I saw the headache of running a service station. And then I saw other opportunities. And so I took a different trajectory and went into the commercial business. So the first question I want to ask each student in here is, what are you curious about? Because your curiosity, in fact, ask the person next to you, what they're curious about. Yeah. Whatever that is your entry into your workspace. It's really your launchpad. If you're curious about how technology works, begin to investigate a bit further how you can apply digitization to do something. Okay? So for me, it was that curiosity that led me to working for impact, because today I work for impact. It is that curiosity that led me from commercial into clean energy. Okay? Another story of curiosity that led me there. So in this period, in the 30 years that I've worked in the energy sector, I'll share just a few standout moments because I've had many. Okay. The first one, and I think one of the speakers alluded to it, is when you're given an opportunity, just take it. Even if you're not ready for it, okay? Don't sabotage your success by saying, I don't have what I need to succeed. And how I got into the energy space, for example, I was invited in 2016. At the time, I was the head of customer service, and I had run several strategic projects for the organization. So people believed in my ability to deliver on projects. And somebody saw this project management skill that I had, and they said, you know, as a business, we are going into the renewable space, and we are looking for people who can manage big projects. And my name went on the table. And guess what? I was invited for a role as a project manager. What I didn't understand was how complex it was going to be, because I was going to lead project management for new energy technologies. And I was going to lead over 135 countries to implement renewable energy into our business. So one, I'm not an engineer, okay. And you're telling me about, solutions for telco towers. Do you know how complex it is to configure an energy solution for a telco? So starting with, I need just to understand, first of all, the technology. What is new energy technology? That is where I was starting from. But what I was bringing to the table was my commercial acumen, okay, and management skills. Because when you're a manager, what you need is to ask people good questions, isn't it? You know that when you're a manager, your main job, apart from inspiring people, is to ask hard questions and to ask good questions. And then I realized I'm surrounded by people with the technical know-how. And I said, I need to work with the technical team to crack this. But you know, this was new to everybody at the time. So I've heard in the room that we have mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. I need to add on to that plate another one, renewable engineering. So as you go into Coursera, as you spoke of, when you go into edX, and we have many places you can learn this. Because I know in the institution today, for example, you do solar photovoltaics, right? Right? Do you do biogas systems? Yes. Do you do biogas systems? Do we? Yes. You do biogas systems. So we have electrification, we have clean cooking, we have waste to energy, and explore. There's a lot of knowledge, there are a lot of platforms that offer free courses that can allow you to acquire, in addition to what you're gaining today, additional skills. Okay. And so for me, the challenge I want to present to you, because a lot of engineers are technical by nature. My question to you is, are you able to monetize your skills when you walk out of the TVET? Are you able to monetize your skills? Are you able to use the skills that you have to create a job for yourself and others? Do you feel confident that you can do that? You can create a job for yourself and others. And that's where you need to be. Because to do that, the additional element I would recommend for anybody is to look at entrepreneurship skills. Because if you have an entrepreneurial mindset, what exactly are you trying to do? And I keep saying it's more than making money. Entrepreneurs are systems designers. So beyond the titles we give ourselves, I don't know, head of business, or engineer, or geologist, or I don't know, marketing analyst, the key thing I think, if we are looking to bring value and beyond that to have impact, is to look at the problems around us, real world problems, and then ask yourself, how can I translate this to solve a problem in agriculture, in health, in commerce, in whichever area? If you package yourself as somebody solving a problem, you will have an opportunity to add value. If you add value, you are able to structure deals. If you can structure deals, you can bring food on the table. And that is how you need to think. And that's been my journey really for me. I've always looked at, as the sector I was in was evolving, how do I remain relevant? So agile learning is a key component. And for me, it involved, there are people who have a very linear career path, okay? So I come in as an engineer, okay? Maybe I'm a technical salesperson. I grow and become a lubricants manager. I grow and become head of technical, and that is linear. There are people who grow that way, and they grow in their area of specialization. It wasn't my case because of my curiosity, okay? So I learned different things. And so for example, my personal career line, I say it's a series of S-curves, okay? Because I learn, I peak, I get to an inflection point, I start again, I learn, I peak, I get to an inflection point, and it's like that. And the last inflection point got me out of formal employment into consultants, okay? To leverage all the expertise, all the networks I have, now to come back and say, how can I support MSMEs, entrepreneurs, technicians in Kenya to build sustainable clean energy ventures, to foster local innovation, to drive adoption of clean energy solutions, to drive lasting impact, okay? Because curiosity and agile in learning. And that involved actually getting professional certifications in my area of interest. Because on the commercial side, I was good. But on the technical side, I needed to have some basic technical knowledge to allow me to do mission impossible, appraise renewable energy projects, which I did, done by engineers, but I had to appraise it. And to do that, you must gain some technical knowledge. So it's a continuous series of learning, and for me it involved hands-on, so going to the field. And as women, I found it very interesting when Miss Margaret from Davis and Shatley talked about driving. I did that as well in my season as a territory manager, because I was responsible for Nakuru all the way to Lokicho, doing what? Selling oil and gas to industries. So it involves actually being in the field, meeting clients, being in the field, training around offloading procedures, around safety and handling products, etc. So you need the product knowledge, but you need the resilience to be able to move around. And from a personal level, a lot of organization. Okay? So I don't know how many of us are good for asking for help. Do you ask for help? I had to build a support system around myself. When you begin to work, you realize a support system is very important. It could be your mother, it could be your house help, it could be whoever that is. Empower them and trust them enough to be able to support you when you're flying across continents. So that your life, your personal life, and your work life are, I don't know, these days we say integrated. Mine was somewhat almost balanced. I don't know if it fully balances, but you're able to find a way to make things work as you work. And that's critically important. Maybe the other thing I would really like to speak about is apart from self-awareness, which other people have alluded to, other speakers, is your wellness, mental wellness. Some of the courses you pursue are very rigorous, right? I imagine engineering is very calculus, thermodynamics. I imagine it's, so, wellness involves what? Wellness, again, involves asking for help when you're stuck. When I began working at Mobile Oil, I joined the organization and I graduated from college and I studied computer science as part of the unit. But we didn't have enough exposure working on the computer. I mean, it was a teacher in front with a few, those had desktops, where 10 people would go around it to learn how to do computers. And so I was given a desk and a computer, and I was asked to do something that involved creating a dashboard for reports to support the sales team. And for 2 weeks, I went to the office with a book, imagine, on creating Excel templates and MS Word. Then one day, the boss actually noticed and he walked to me and asked me, "Are you sure you can work with computers?" I said, "A bit." And he told me, Emily, there is no, I said exactly what he told me, there is no stupid question at work. Ask until you understand. And so I gained courage from that time. Just 2 desks away from me, there was a computer guru that I'd never talked to. He was called PK. From that day, I gained courage to speak to PK. And from PK, I became the expert in creating maps in that organization. That led me to another journey of digitizing things. And I became a digital expert, digitizing processes. So innovation is not only creating products, because in here we have innovators. Engineers, by the way, you are the innovators. You're the ones who build, okay? Because in the world we have 2 types of people. We have builders and we have enablers like me, okay? We provide services. So you are innovators, okay? But innovation is more than just building a physical appliance or solution. Innovation is also looking at how can I simplify how Nairobi Polytechnic processes documents. Simplification of things. And you have to apply yourself in those areas as well. So this fear, I overcame it and managed to digitize operations across the group, not just within one country. Okay? And for you, especially when I speak of energy, because I think you're best positioned to drive the energy transition. The future of energy is in Africa is local, through local innovations, is inclusive, and we've heard of inclusivity throughout all the conversations we've had today, and it's data-driven. So in addition to anything you do, try and see how you can apply technology to shift the curve. If you do that, you will certainly bring value. So that brings me to opportunities especially in the energy sector, and I'd say they are endless. The opportunities for engineers, for technicians in the energy sector are endless. So if you want to go into industry, there are many things you can do, from sales to quality assurance to safety to just engineering, hardcore engineering work. The opportunities are endless. If you look at academia, you can go into research, isn't it? You can become a lab technician. You can do so much within academia. You can teach, you can build curriculum. And today we need a lot of curriculum development. In my case, I'll tell you, and I have done, for example, the professional certifications in solar, of the best institutions here in Kenya and abroad. And the missing link has always been the aspect of design thinking, for me, from where I'm standing. Design thinking and monetizing the skills. And so today, I have designed a curriculum for CBOs, for technicians like you that integrate dual skills that allow you to have your technical skills, but also you can have your entrepreneurship and innovation skills. So that you're truly driving innovation, you're truly creating sustainable ventures. We don't want you to start today, and in 3 years we are told, you know what? They closed down. Why? You can't do business modeling, can't do project management, you do not know how to navigate the regulatory and legal framework. All those are important in addition to the technical skills that you acquire. So you can also go into venture creation as an example. Okay? So I say that the opportunities are endless. And now I have to end, because if I don't, I'll take everybody's time speaking. And the key thing for me is just your risk appetite. What is your risk appetite? When you're given an opportunity, you don't know what to do with it, get in, then figure out what to do with it. Okay? Don't confine yourself to working only in Nairobi or in Kenya. We have a free trade zone, for example. You know, it's very easy today to move goods, skills across borders, isn't it? So even when you're looking for opportunities, look in Tanzania, look in Uganda, look in South Africa, look in France. God made the world round so that you can go anywhere you want to be. Okay? So don't confine yourself to a space. Have a good risk appetite. Number 2, presence. Show up. And congratulations to everybody who's come here today. Because if you don't show up, you miss out 100%. Okay? So always, always, always show up. Then courage. Please be courageous. And to gain courage, you gain courage by doing. You gain courage by doing. Offer yourself to volunteer for service. I volunteer as a mentor at Warwick. Okay. I volunteer as a mentor at Global Women's Network in Energy Transition, GWNet, and I want to encourage all of you to take a mentorship program. GWNet is free for any engineer, whether you're looking at wind, even fossil, any sector you're looking at. Solar, it's open for everyone. And mentorship is so important. I'm learning because, you know, it's like climbing a mountain. It's like climbing a mountain. You can do it comfortably with your proper shoes. But can you imagine when you have the trekking stick? When you have the trekking stick, what does it do? It absorbs shocks. And there are a lot of shocks along your personal journey and your professional journey. If you have somebody to handhold you, you will navigate it better. It is one of the things I tell myself, if I knew better, I'd have gotten a mentor earlier. Because I'd have navigated my career probably much more better than I did. Okay? So be of good courage. And you do that, volunteer, do your internships, do your apprenticeship, and look for those opportunities. We are living in an information age where, you know, when you hear incubation programs, apply. You hear incubation, apply. You see these development agencies saying, we're looking for women in STEM. Your digital time, discern, use it properly. Okay? Because this information is on Facebook. You guys are not on Facebook. It's on Instagram. And I encourage you, please, to go on LinkedIn. Create your LinkedIn profiles. Don't wait until you're on a job to create a LinkedIn profile. Create one and tell us you're a student, first year, diploma, certificate at this and this student, okay? And begin to identify who is here. Do you know that a lot of professionals like to mentor young people? Do you know that?
Yes.
It's a lot easier for you to look out for Miss Mary and she will receive your call than for me to do that if I'm looking for help. So make good use of your youthful years to get all the support you need as a launchpad to grow. Okay? So I've talked about courage, present, your risk-taking appetite, and there's a final one I'm forgetting that I wanted to talk about today. Yes, thank you. It's networking. Networking. So you know your area of interest, isn't it? Begin to see what events are happening in that space. For example, and also some that are not of interest, but they're topical issues. You see, like today, climate change is a real challenge, okay? And I say every young person must pay attention to climate change because that is one of the greatest injustices that you've been served. You've not destroyed the environment, yet you must fix it. So your voice matters. So identify those kind of platforms. See, where do people of Nairobi Climate Network meet? Show up and get past imposter syndrome. Introduce yourself. When they say introduce yourself, hi, I'm a student at, okay? And my expectations today are, may I please have your business card? Ask questions, do you offer internship programs? Can you mentor me? Okay? Ask questions. Check where women in business meet. Get in there. Check where, I don't know, Kenya Renewable Energy Association meet. Get in there. I don't know if you have a chapter on petroleum engineers here. Be a part of that. So there are so many groups that you can be a part of. Make a point to network because your network is your network. And with that, I want to thank you for listening to me, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Madam Emily. Ulikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo? Ulikunywa maziwa ya Nyayo? This lady here has given us a very good talk, and we are going to appreciate her with claps za Nyayo. Unajua makofi ya Nyayo? Asia ilikuwa tunaita ilikuwa ya kilo ama ya Nyayo? Ya kilo. Okay? So we are going to do it until I say niseme funga na kuwa. Sawa, let's warm our hands. Let's warm our hands, and we really appreciate the whole team from the IWEC. We are really grateful, and of course we'll be going on with more. So tuanze. 1, 2, 3. Funga. Fungua. Thank you so much. We really appreciate. And one of the things that I'm taking from here, and what everybody is talking about to us as the students in this room is for us to have courage to do things. And not you grab opportunities. Opportunities will not come to you. And that is the message that I'm getting from here. Now, as we continue, I would want to invite the representative from Bamburi so that she can come and give us she can tell us something that she has for us. And kama kawaida, what are we doing? We clap until she comes here with the mic and grab the mic. You clap until she reaches here. Clap until she reaches here. Thank you so much, Bamburi, for coming.
And I am also the president of the Youth Council at Bamburi Cement. Talk about inclusion and diversity. Here at Bamburi, we have group representatives for each group. That is the women, the youth, and also the men. Yeah. And today I am so honored to be here to talk to students who are where I was 6 years ago. So I was requested to talk about sustainability when it comes to Bamburi Cement. As we have had climate change and sustainability is embedded, should be embedded in each one of us, yeah? And as the Bamburi family, this is where our sustainability ambition level. The first one is climate change, climate energy, where we decarbonize with alternative fuel and also carbon emission optimization. We also have our solar panel, which I will go in depth later. We also focus on people and human rights. Another level is circular economy, where we recycle waste in our processes. We also have sustainable procurement, where we give opportunities to the women, the youth, and people from the disabled, let's say people able differently. Yeah. We also have nature and biodiversity, customer product and innovation, as well as business ethics and compliance. Bamburi is the leading producer of cement in East Africa, as well as sustainable construction materials. And over the years, we have worked so hard to be able to reduce carbon emission from our processes, as well as the products that we use to come up with what we have in the market. That's why we have come up with 4 brands so far that have reduced the carbon emission. This is by the percentage of clinker we use in cement. We know that clinker is, I think, the 4th most it emits a lot of carbon in the world, yeah. So when we have Fundi, we have Tembo, we have Nguvu and Duracell, and down here I have been able to explain the carbon reduction that we have been able to accomplish with these products over the years. We also have ready-mix concrete. Fortunately, we are the ones who constructed your site here using our ready-mix concrete. And also we also have, that is the cabro, road curbs, road channels, and culverts. We have been able to use our products in different projects. That's leading our country in reducing the carbon emission in our processes and manufacturing. One of our key projects is the 457-meter long Makupa Causeway Bridge that links Mombasa City to the Kenyan mainland. And this was built by Duracell. And as we have discussed, Duracell is one of our products that has the highest carbon reduction, which is 64%. We also have Fundi, which is best used for plastering works and mortar works. We have been able to reduce the carbon emission by 54%. And for projects such as the building, we are able to use Nguvu that has over 41% carbon emission reduction in its processes. When it comes to concrete and precast, we've been able to do a couple of projects, as I have mentioned, your school. We've also done the Timol flyover, where we come up with a product that are valuable to the clients and solve our clients' needs, such as self-leveling screed, self-compacting concrete. As we all know, when we are building houses, we have to vibrate. But with some of the products that we have been able to innovate, you don't need to vibrate. It just sets in and you're good to go. We also have the blocks. We've been able to do that also at the Timor flyover, Wilson Airport, and also the JKIA, among others. We are the first company that
has done 3D printing houses. This is in Kilifi. We have a whole estate. And this clearly shows our focus on innovation. When it comes to green energy, we have been able to come up with a 14.5 megawatt and a 5 megawatt capacity solar plant in Nairobi and Mombasa. This project accounts for 30% of our power supply. That way we have been able to be ahead to the net zero carbon emission contribution by shifting to our renewable energy. I don't know how many of you have been at the Hala Park in Mombasa. I am so happy to see that. And I would like to encourage all of you to visit that place, because you're not only going to visit a place to see the animals, but you're contributing to reduce carbon emission and also rehabilitation of our quarry. Hala Park was one of our quarry where we were mining limestone and other products, but we've been able to regenerate it and make it habitable for plants and animals. It has been able to get an award of honor by UNEP. It's a land that is about 365 acres of quarry land that we have been able to rehabilitate. When we talk about circular economy, which is also one of our levels, we all know that sustainable use of resources requires us to reuse, recycle, and recover. Okay. And this way we've been able to come up with solutions such as we use rice husks to burn our kilns when we are making the cement. We also we were able to destroy the Mkungu girls' contaminated food and burn it in our kilns here in Nairobi and Mombasa. That way, our circular business model seeks to increase the waste recycling by 700% incrementally year to year by 2030. And also co-processing with waste with alternative fuels. We work closely with Total to take the fuels that all of us remove from our cars to be able to recycle them or reuse them in our processes. We cannot talk about sustainability and not focus on water. And with this, we have been able to harvest our rainwater, zero water pollution in our company, as well as water treatment. We reduce the amount of fresh water that we use in our processes by recycling our water and using it over and over again in what we do at Bamboo. We also like investing in our people. These are people around us, we have invested in our employees. I am a good testament of that, but we also invest with those around us, focusing on people and human rights, where we have been able to sponsor about 95 bright and underprivileged secondary school students using our education pillar every year. When it comes to health, we also have an annual investment in the Bamburi Cancer Center in Mombasa, where we treat over 600 households, cancer and wellness, and giving back to the society when it comes to transport and safety, which is part of our operations. We train border guides and drivers. We've done over 700 motorcycle riders training in Athi River and Mombasa to help them get to learn about safety at our roads, to prevent them from getting accidents or causing accidents, which are rampant daily. So, we have 6 mega trends that drive construction in our day-to-day life now. That is the climate and natural resources, which drive demand for sustainable construction solutions. We also have population growth. Right now we are at 8 billion or so, and by 2050 we are going to be at about 9.7 billion. So there is increasing pressure on resources and rising demand for housing and infrastructure. Also better living standards. As engineers, we need to be innovative. We have the biophilic designs where we incorporate sustainable plants to our buildings to make this place a better place for us. Therefore, we want to have more efficient infrastructure with the construction essentials to improve the quality of people's lives today. Urbanization and mega cities. I believe most of us came from the rural areas, if not all. And the pressure is increasing. Many other people are coming. So around 2.5 billion more people are expected to live in the city by 2050. Concrete and cement is essential to come up with the buildings of these people. So that is why we do what we do to make this world a better place. When it comes to innovation-driven building, we have to come up with technologies that are easier, such as the 3D printing. You can be able to have your house in 2 weeks to make it efficient for people to come and live in the cities. When you talk about repair and refurbishments, we have so many buildings that are falling, even in our country today. And what are we doing now? We are coming up with solutions that we can be able to regenerate and refurbish and also reprocess the concrete that we've already used and come up with fresh concrete to build new buildings. That will be reducing the carbon emission from the concrete products that we have already. I believe we've all had the technical skills and competencies that we require in the 21st century. Every one of us have talked to us about being bold, being courageous. I have a few of them. Some of them have been mentioned. I will start with adaptability. You need to all have a growth mind. You have to have the right attitude, as you have been told, and embrace change and uncertainty. Personally, I did civil engineering and I graduated in 2019, and the first job I got was a sales agent at Bamboo Cement. And before that, sorry, let me go back. Before that, I started as an intern at a site where my work was to remove nails from the formwork, to help the foreman to break the tile and shape them according to their requisition. That was not paid, but I didn't tell them that I have done civil engineering degree and I won't be able to do this. You have to have the right mindset. Be ready to start from somewhere. From that, I joined Bamboo as a sales agent. I later went to MRM as a project sales officer, and now Bamboo took me back as a technical sales engineer. So this is just the power to learn. You will be taken to any, and you might even find yourself in marketing. So please have an open mind. Also, relationship expert. We cannot emphasize this more. You need to have emotional intelligence. You need to be able to communicate, to collaborate. I believe you do your projects in teams from time to time. This is the time to learn teamwork, and also empathy and interpersonal skills. There's no job that you won't need communication, and I believe that is why we have communication as the first course in each school. Is that right here? Did you learn communication? Yeah. All right. Also, you need to be digital literacy. You should be digital literate. The way the world is going, digital is part and parcel of everyone's life. Right now, as a sales agent, a sales engineer, sorry, I have to know how to use Microsoft Office and the Workspace, Google Workspace, the AI such as Canva, ChatGPT, and many others. You just need to be tech savvy. Doesn't matter where you will be in the future, please focus on enhancing your technical knowledge. Leadership. You will start with self-leadership after you're done with school. That is the way with that, you'll be able to lead others in the future. So you need to perfect your self-leadership skills. then you will be able to lead others. You also need to be proactive. That is also part and parcel of leadership. Be present. Ask questions. Ask the right questions. Don't be scared about people. The worst anyone can ever tell you is a no. No one will ever beat you if you come and ask someone, please be my mentor, please give me a job. The worst they'll tell you is a no. So just be proactive and also critical thinking. That is what you've been taught in school by the courses that you're doing right now. You need to think critically to come up with solutions of the problems you're facing in school. Also, technical expertise is what you're learning now. The analytical skills, the problem solving, structural engineering. Lastly, you need to learn innovation and creativity. This is cross-disciplinary knowledge, open-mindedness, also curiosity and lifelong learning and industry awareness. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So far, so good, eh? And everybody has very, very good advice for all of us. We hope that in a few years' time, it is us who will be giving presentations to young people like you and giving mentorship. Are we together? How are we going to appreciate her? Until I say stop. Until I say stop. Thank you, thank you, thank you very much. Father Abraham had many sons, Father Abraham, I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just praise the Lord. Stand up. Father Abraham had many sons, Father Abraham, I am one of them, so are you. Let's just praise the Lord. Sit down. Father Abraham had many sons, Abraham, I am one of them. So let's just praise the Lord. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Last but not least, I'm very pleased to welcome somebody, lady who is going to give us some talk about something plumbing, and she'll tell us what she does from Trident. Karibu sana. Then after this, I'm going to make announcements so that I can give the way forward on what is going to happen for the rest of the day. Karibu sana. What are we doing? We clap until he gets here. We clap until he takes the mic. We clap, we clap. Are we hungry?
Good afternoon. Why? My name is Nina. I am from Trident Plumber Limited. I'm so honored and privileged to stand before all of you. I know you guys are trailblazer and the place of engineering. So where I work, I'm not really into the tech space. We do tech, but personally into human resource management. So I know everyone else has given advice with regards to the field. I'm going to look to share on how, as HRs, we look at young women who are getting into the field industry. Yeah. So across the world, we are seeing slow but steady increase in women entering into the field trade. But wherever women are present, that is women like you who are aspiring to be in the field industry, they are outperforming expectations, showing high levels of precision. You know, women are very precise in what we do, yeah? Do you agree with me? Yes. Yes. So you are manifesting high level of precision, professionalism, and problem-solving ability. So it's not just about being good at a job, but it's about what? Redefining the job itself. So women today are not just participants, but they are leaders in engineering projects. Actually, at Trident Plumbers, we have so many ladies who are project coordinators. And for our project coordinators, we usually absorb staff who have a training in mechanical engineering. So those are women with engineering training, and I believe that is what many of you, that is the direction that you are taking. So women are leaders in engineering projects, from water infrastructure in rural communities to high-rise urban development. Women plumbers and technicians are designing, managing, and executing projects with excellence. Actually, that is very true because even in our company, we find most of the projects which are executed to completion and to best performance, we find our women are always standing out in those projects. So we have so much boldness in what women like you are going to be doing in the field industry. And beyond that, your presence in the field industry helps normalize diversity on site. For young girls, watching, seeing a woman in overalls, with tools in hand, confidently managing a system or repairing a pipe, sends a message that says, you can do this too. There is that young girl who wonders, there is this stereotype that there are certain industries that are male dominated, right? Women, have you heard that stereotype? Has anyone told you that this industry is only for men?
Yeah.
So when you are in that industry, you are really inspiring a young girl who is looking forward to getting into the skills industry. When she sees you in that overall, when she sees you in those work tools, she gets the confidence that if so and so is doing this, I as well can do it. So you become really an inspiration. I know women being in the skills industry comes with a share of challenges, and one of them is biasness. Because the industry is seems to be more male dominated, some sort of isolation, some sort of lack of facilities for support. Our dynamics are different; they are not like those for men, and also limited mentorship because there are few women in the tech industry. But then there is something that the research has been done, and there is something that is constantly standing out about women who are in the skills industry, and specifically for women who are in plumbing, which is the industry where I'm in. I do conduct staff surveys, and there are the feedback that I get from the site supervisors who are in different sites. And one thing that stands out is always that women are always produce high quality workmanship. That the work that a woman does, because of their precision in whatever they do, it comes out with a lot of quality. Then there is also better customer service for women who are in the skills industry. Women are, you will find even most receptionists are usually women, right? Because our customer service, our talking skills are always very smart. So even when you get into the skills industry, you find as a woman or the women who are in the skills industry are standing out in the customer service skills. Also, there is improved team collaboration and also stronger safety compliance because women are always very careful. I want to give you a chart observation with regards to women in skill trades. And there is this that there is high retention of women who are in the skills industry. I've told you, I've begun by telling you that I'm a HR, that is my profession. And we always do analysis of staff turnover. And for my analysis of staff turnover, the lowest turnover of staff has always been on the women. We have a high turnover of men as compared to women. So that's a positive for women who are in the skills industry, right? We can clap ourselves for that. Yes. So what does it mean to human resource professionals when women get into the skills industry? So from a human resource standpoint, we look at having more women in the skills industry as a wider talent pool because there is always shortage of labor in the industry. So tapping into the female workforce is becoming not an optional, the requirement that we need It's a requirement that we can do without because we need a wider talent pool that will incorporate women in the skilled industry. We're able to get stronger workforce culture. We are able to create a stronger workforce culture. In the process of in terms of gender diversity, yeah, we're able to have both men and women on board. Then there is also improved public image. That is for companies that absorb both male and female. They are able to get a positive reputation because of the aspect of gender equality, gender equity. Also, there is compliance and equity because when we encourage more women into trade, that aligns with national and international goals for gender parity and workplace inclusion. But beyond all these metrics, we can say one thing that diversity makes us strong, right? Diversity, every place that has diversity and inclusion, there is always strength. That's why you find men need women for strength, women need men for strength as well, right? Yes, so having both talent, both male and female, into the skilled industry, it makes our diversity stronger. So I want to share on the road ahead on what we must, because we want to encourage more women and not to get stuck into the stereotype of plumbing industry, electrical industry, welding industry is only male dominated. So what do we need to do as to make that fruitful? So one, we need to invest in outreach, that is inspiring the schools and colleges to consider plumbing, engineering, welding as rewarding option. And I can tell you one thing for free. I know this is not biasness, but currently you find these industries that are male dominated. When a woman shows up with the right skills in that industry, you always have an upper hand. I don't mean we are sidelining the men, but that is something that I've experienced. When we are hiring, we are not biased. But let's say I got like 5 applicants for a plumber. Out of the 5, there are 3 men and 2 ladies. I would mostly be likely to lean on the ladies. Reason being, the feedback I'm getting from the supervisors at the site that the girls are careful and giving better quality output. That is a direct motivation for me when I'm hiring to look at the CV of the lady with a different eye, because that is exactly what you want, right? Every employer wants better production, better service and all. So if the feedback you're getting is that this gender is doing better, then why not consider it? Why not give it an upper hand? See this out. Yeah, so you should be encouraged because your contribution by nature of who women are, when you get to the industry or as you're aspiring, then your productivity will go a long way. And then we need also to create mentorship programs. I see this is a very good initiative. This is a mentorship program whereby you're getting people to come and speak to you who have gone ahead, who have been in these industries that are male skilled and dominated, speaking to you, mentoring you, and encouraging you. So these are very good initiatives for the planners. Then development of inclusive policies. That is to encourage more women to get into the industry, coming up with policies, for instance, designing PPEs that are more women friendly. Also having policies for things like parental leave, so that women will be more encouraged to get into the industry. Then celebrating success. Every achievement that a woman makes into the industry, let it not go unnoticed. Appreciating each other, encouraging each other, and tapping each other on the shoulder and telling them what you're doing is quite good. So, as Trident Plumbers, we've taken an initiative to encourage our girls or women or ladies to get into the skills industry. And one of the ways in which we've done that, we've One, we partnered with there is a program known as Propeller Dual Apprenticeship. So what we do under Propeller Dual Apprenticeship, we are partnered to offer women apprenticeship opportunities. So you are able to continue with school as you get to experience hands-on experience in plumbing. So we have an arrangement whereby girls go to school for a week and they are at our site for 3 weeks. So by the time this girl completes her school, they already have the skills. So you come out as a full product, very complete with the theory and the practical knowledge that you need to fit into the industry. And the one thing that has Trident Campus has done, all the ladies we've absorbed into the dual apprenticeship, once they are done with the school, we've always absorbed them as our staff. It is that a good thing? Yeah, so that's an encouragement. That's our initiative of motivating ladies to continue undertaking these skills. So this is also an opportunity. This is something we can engage in. If you feel it's something that will suit you, we can have a discussion on the same, see how we can incorporate some of you who will be interested. So we have also been very intentional as Trident Plumbers to pair our ladies with experienced mentors, people who have more experience in the plumbing industry, for them to be guided on how to become the best plumber. And we've seen that having many fruits because we've seen our girls really grow, and from a junior plumber, we observe your skills are getting better, you are promoted to a plumber, then you become a supervisor and all. And it's just been so beautiful seeing women take such a path. As Trident Plumbers, we also have a subsidiary company known as Trident Vocational Training Center, whereby we are offering plumbing services or plumbing training to girls. That is to all genders, but we always encourage girls to apply for those courses. So that has seen us as the Nepal asked, women come out as very, very successful plumbers. Yeah, so these are some of the initiatives that we've undertaken as a company to motivate girls to get into the industry or into the skilled industry. So, and to all of you, every woman plumber, technician, engineer, and skilled worker in the room, or those of us aspiring, I want to encourage you that when you get into the industry or when you get into the field, like for instance, for us in plumbing, you are not just fixing pipes. You know, plumbing has a lot of fixing of pipes. You don't just be fixing pipes, but you're also fixing perceptions. Perceptions of this is only an industry that is dominated by men. Perceptions of it's only men who can be successful in this. Those are also perceptions that you. And you're not just building systems, but you're building a future where no girl ever wonders if she belongs in the trade, in the industry. So let's keep going, let's keep pushing, let's continue to change the industry, not just for ourselves, but for every woman who dares to dream big, work hard, and build something that lasts. So thank you so much, and I encourage us as women to keep breaking those barriers. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. She has told us we need to fix perceptions, not only the pipes. Okay? That's what I've taken. We need to fix our perceptions and not just fixing the pipes. So I want us to appreciate her, and we are going to appreciate her with a 5 factorial. Prepare your hands. Prepare. Let's go. Thank you very much. Whatever is standing between us and lunch is just a few announcements. Okay? Just a few announcements. We wish to have a photo session with all of us. And as you came in, we saw somewhere, or you saw where we have I love TNNB. So we all walk there. But as we are doing that, as the students are walking out, you're each going to be given a meal card. But we are going to take the photos, then we'll come back, our lunch will be served down here. And for the trainers who have accompanied the students and the guests, kindly remain seated. We have an afternoon session, which is a panel discussion, and we are going to talk to be talking to alumni, we are going to be talking to industry. So it is exactly 1 o'clock. So I'm assuming within that time, we'll have been able to take our photos and taken lunch. So at exactly 2 o'clock, kindly let us be seated. Remember to network. Remember to meet or talk to 2 or so people or 3 and get to know them. While the students are walking out picking their meal cards as they walk out, the trainers and the guests will remain seated. We would like to take a photo here, then we are going to join the students right where we have the I love TNNB, just as you head towards the gate. And before that, can I have a student to bless our food before we take it? A student to pray for our food? Come on, what have you just been told? Thank you very much. And gentlemen, we have raised our Pacific stand. Kindly let us stand for a prayer, and then you're going to pray.
Jehovah, Father,
So the trainers and our guests, you remain seated. The students, you walk out and you pick a meal card as you walk out. And we go to the front door, we have the I love TNNB. So meal card.
this session. Thank you. Okay, so I'm going to give our panelists to introduce themselves quickly. As we said, being an afternoon session, we'll try and keep it short and interesting. So let's I'll start from my left, and after that we'll come up. Hi everyone, and as I introduced myself before, somebody say my name is John Sophia Chichi. I'm a member of Awe American. I'm the chairman Media Rights Body. Thank you. Please, may I request for silence? Let's have all your attention. I hope we've all settled down. We'll give you 30 seconds, those who haven't settled down. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Hi guys, I am Nancy Imelda. I'm an engineer and I got the program in movement of my district my trade in agriculture and systems engineering. Currently, I work with James Initiative and I'm one of the solar engineers in the company. Yes. Good afternoon, afternoon everyone. My name is Nancy Mboasia, Bachelor in India.
Thank you very much. So we'll get right into the questions. And I'm going to start with Imelda, who had spoken to us before, a young woman and beneficiary of the mentorship program at AWE. So Imelda, if you can tell our listeners, as a beneficiary of the mentorship program, why do you believe mentorship and exposure are critical for young women entering STEM and TVET careers?
Thank you. Yes, so first of all, I hate being a fan. So he's laughing at me and telling me that I want to go to finance. Um, I got into the AWIC mentorship program in 2021 when I was in my fourth year towards my final year combat. And I got several mentors, but Sophie was my main mentor. And I think the two main things that I got from the mentorship program, the most important one was the mentorship program was able to break that that's the notion of you don't have someone you can see like a real example of who you're gonna become in future. Sometimes we study courses, we studied mining engineering, and at that time I think mining was still not known very well. So we lacked women in the space who you look at and be like, oh yeah, I would actually become that woman in future. So the mentorship program offered me that platform to see a woman who is actually in the space, to talk to her about what the challenges in the space, how I can maneuver in the space, and to just grow. So even when I was when I was finishing my studies in National University, I was able to know like here is where I can step and go here and here and here. That's you. Some people don't have that, but they don't have someone they really look up to. So that was one thing that the mentorship program gave me. And then the other important thing is that it gave me a platform to network with people in this field. The mining industry is quite small, especially for women. So if you're not able to network with people in the field, you might not get opportunities to get the internships or the jobs and all. I would say it's from the mentorship program that I got my first internship because I was recommended by just a person from the mentorship program. And even my second job, which was like my most favorite job, it was also recommended by my mentor. So it gave me platforms to meet people and network with people in the space. So it's very instrumental for me. Yeah.
Thank you for that. That's fantastic. And I guess it's in programs like this that we're building strong shoulders that young women can step on to move ahead. So I'll move on to Nancy. I think our youngest panelist. Nancy is an automotive engineering trainer right here. And it would be good to know, as an alumna, I know not of this institution, what personal challenges did you face as you were starting out? And more importantly, how did you overcome those challenges?
Hi everyone. Naniona ama nisimame? Wait. Raise your hand. How many? Few. Okay. My name is Nancy Mwasia, training in automotive engineering. I'm here for a year now. I've been with her. She's supposed to come, but she's not feeling well. She sends her apologies. So, as a trainer, I'm a female trainer. The first thing, I'm really small. Si kila mtu anaona mimi Senior, that is the first thing. The first thing when you go to an industry, you don't have the strength to do the manual work. Then the second thing, now they are going to think, Joel Mdogo, you can't do anything, you don't know anything about cars. You're a girl. Senior, you're a girl, you can't do anything in engineering, you don't know about cars, you don't know anything. So that was the first thing. I studied in Moi University for, let's say, 5 years, COVID, and then I decided to go out when I was done with my school. For campuses, they major mostly on theory work. Practical, they are very limited. So when you go out there, come to realize, unaanza from scratch. Sindio? Unamaliza shule alafu, kila kitu inapotea. You start afresh. So that is what happens. And then the worst thing, really small, sina nguvu, yeah? Theory tu ndio najua peke yake. Sindio? I'm a girl, like I don't know anything kuhusu magari. So I went to a tire center. A tire center, they major in tires, maintenance of tires, minor service, kidogo kidogo, wheel balancing and alignment. Nikapatana na Waluya, Wajaduru. Wale umejenga. So you have to convince those people and not all of them managed to go to school. Sindio? Wengine walifika primary na wakaachia hapo. Wengine high school na wakaachia hapo. That person hajui kuandika job card. In a garage, mtu akileta gari yake, lazima kuandikwe job card, like what your car has the problems. Or, kama wewe ni customer, you have a specific thing nataka kufixiwa, unaenda unasema, and then they write in your job card. Sawa sawa? Yeah. So that person doesn't know how to spell the word place. Sindio? Lakini kwa kufix, anaweza. Sindio? That is what happens. So wewe uko hapo na ile kizungu yako, you have the theory part, but the practical part, lazima ujihambwe ufanye nini? Ufunzwe. Na kuna wengine utajihambwe at the same time, because you're a lady, very small, nakwambia hata umefanya nini hapo utaingia. Kienda hata uolewe sahi, ama utafute kazi ya kupika. So that is what they say. Yes. So that is what happened. Lakini nikavumilia. I did it for a month after school. And then, luckily, I applied for jobs. I actually wanted to become a teacher from the beginning. I just didn't know nilitaka kuwa nini, but my father was my greatest inspiration. He used to teach me about cars. Nikikuwa kwa barabara na niuliza, Nancy, ile symbol inaitwaje? Ile ni Mitsubishi. That is what he used to tell me when I was in primary. Na ile ni nini? Inaitwa Honda. I did not know at the end of the day that would influence me. Nitake kufanya nini? Automotive engineering. So I did it for a month after I was done with my school, and then I decided to apply for work as a trainer. So I applied for it. I got in Nairobi National Polytechnic. I taught as a trainer for 4 months, and then I applied here. Then when I came here, this is another story. I was the only one, the only female trainer in Nairobi National Polytechnic. Madam calls me the only flower because I was the first one. So I came to this school. They had a history. They've never had a female teacher for very many years. So the other thing was isolation. You have no mentors, the only one. So you have to start unaanza from scratch. And then remember, you're teaching boys. See, this is a male-dominated course. Sindio? Those very big ones. Kama wale walio nilikuwa napata kwa garage. Same ones, those ones. So I'm in class, I want to teach, but first of all, I have to remind them that I'm their trainer. I still have to remind them. I still have to earn their respect. Nionyeshe, I can also do whatever they're doing. I know what I'm doing. You have to convince them before we hear. Unaingia class, you're teaching them, they've already started shying off. Kwa sababu hawajazoea kuwa na female trainers. That is what they do. Wanaanza kucheka wenyewe chini chini. They're giggling. They're not used to having female trainers. Na sikupenda kwao, that is how it has been. So there was isolation. I was the only one. At least now there are two of them. But before that, for almost an entire year, I was the only female trainer. So there was isolation. People doubting if you can ever do anything, but you still have to push on. Sindio? Whatever they say, you still have to push on. As much as I'm here, na mimi ni mdogo na sina mwili, I'm still pursuing automotive engineering because every day I'm learning. Sindio? And every day I'm mentoring girls. That is what I wanted to do from the beginning. So, yes. So don't give up. So I didn't have female trainers. I didn't have female mentors from the beginning. The moment tu nilimaliza campus TV, I came here. I had no mentor. But I stayed and make sure that I'm going to mentor girls over there. So if I'm here, I'm a testament to you can do engineering. I told you I'm still here. So, yes. And then everything is automated. As much as we still need to do the heavy work, there are robotic apps that can help you to do the heavy lifting. You just need to be smart. Bora unajua kitu tunafanya. Najua service inafanywa aje. I may not have the physical strength, but I can guide someone mwenye ako na nguvu kufanya minor service. Ndio? Naweza fanya repair ya kitu fulani because I know the systems very well. So siambiwa na mtu ati mwili itakulimit, ati wewe ni msichana. Hisi kama time yetu ya kitambo. Ndio? This is not a male-dominated course. Anyone can still do it. Sawa. So anything I can say is persistence. Don't give up. If this is what you want to do, don't give up. Sawa. You have a good day.
Body can thrive in the industry that she's in. That just goes to show us that we can do anything we put our mind to. Thank you so much. I'm sure you all wish you can continue talking. Maybe next time we get a higher, a pedestal where she can stand. And now on to stereotypes. I'll ask Sophie sitting right next to me. As herself, she's a mentor and she has a lot of experience in the energy and extractive industry. She can probably tell us more about the stereotypes, like young women who don't see themselves in, these industries. What fresh opportunities do you think exist for them? We're talking about engineering, energy, and sustainability.
Thank you. I love your story. Yeah, it's quite inspiring. My daughter is a mechanical engineer, and when she Dogo sana. Tunasema when I say I'm a giant inside. Iko na bali kama ya kweli. Scale quail eggs were very small. And you remember the way they were hyped to have so many benefits and all that. Yeah, so yeah, that's how it is. Anyway, so back to the topic. And talking of stereotypes, I think I'll just give one story. What happened to me one time. After I read 7 years, then I started working in a formal job as in an engineering, telecommunications engineering company, a geology factory. And for the applications, I was working in the company that was giving the power mast, the Safaricom. And during the election time, we were building a mast, we were doing some work at Naivasha area. And there was an estimate of Mungiki, and they used to say that women must wear skirts and dresses, and they would not, ukipatikana kama umevaa longi, watakustrip ama watakuvalisha. So you're going to climb towers, and of course you're wearing coveralls and all that. But now you're working in that area. So when they saw us coming, so we go to site, but we had to go, remember overall, but you can ask us to just for your safety. And so wanaona wanasema we've seen the ladies going here. So walikuwa wanazunguka kwa hiyo site area mahali tulikuwa tunafanya kazi. So can you imagine now you have your overall, and then because you have to climb the tower and you're at a risk, unapanda mnara na skirt juu for your safety. So you can imagine the kind of work. And for safety first, you shouldn't wear loose clothes. Yeah. So you can imagine that, but we maneuvered that. So we managed to climb the tower, did the installations, and came down and left the area. So some of those stereotypes can really limit you, but you have to be creative and innovative, because you have to get the work done and deliver your KPIs. But on top of that, the opportunities that women can get in the industry is you cannot limit yourselves to just what you study first. There are a lot of opportunities, and I would say a woman is a complete package. And one thing that we really get as women, and in engineering, our greatest advantage is attention to details. Let me tell you, the electronics, those small capacitors and all that. Normally, women are the ones who are able to get the smallest ones and put them in place and align properly in all that. So that's quite a good opportunity to be able to do. In mining, we have a lot of opportunities in terms of now. Like I said, mining is a small industry. It's now starting to grow, and we are currently licensing companies to start mining. We are also having artisanal mining, which are small-scale miners and all that. So as women, we can still go into the mining industry. As individual artisanal miners, we can have opportunities in the labs for testing. You can have opportunities in the field. As geologists, there are opportunities. There are so many opportunities that you can be able to get through. And through mentors, you can be able to identify and see. We have companies that are coming up that are able to do that. Also in the transition of energy and all that, mining also contributes quite a lot of that, because in Kenya we have almost all the transition minerals that are required. We have lithium, we have copper, we have graphite. So we are able to contribute and be in that space and just to work to be able to get to that. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sophie. We know you have a lot of resources with you. So after this, it will be a good opportunity to have a chat with some of the panelists and get to know more about how you can plug into those industries. I will now get the area of work readiness. I think we've heard that technical skills are the base, they're the basis of what, it sets the foundation of what you're going to do in the future. But other than technical skills, there's something extra that you need to set yourself aside. You need an X factor. And looking at the panel today, I think we have one X factor, if someone can identify it. So we'll move on to Guilford Kiduna, the only boy child in the panel. And Guilford, maybe you can tell us about the soft skills. When it comes to, other than the technical skills, what soft skills are required in the workplace, and what do employers value most, especially in STEM and TVET areas?
Try to stand up so that you can see me. But thank you for my questions. Also, thank you for being the only point in the panel. I think when I was sitting there at the back, I was asking myself, who made us the boys in the room? So it was really a question that women are having started to engage, but really most of the teachers sometimes one who can mentor them, because they are not really know everything. The challenge to me and all of us here, we can mentor also the whole church, the room. I think for the question that you asked, some of the soft skills that are important. Soft skills are those personal attributes that enable you to work effectively with others, work environment. It is true that technical skills will really give you the work, but it is the soft skills that will enable you to really thrive in that workspace that you're going to be employed in. So I'm here also to share a report that was done, because through giving, I'm also passionate about data, and also just try to look at some of the surveys that have been done by different employers in terms of workforce readiness, skills that are really required, mostly for 2025. So the report that was done by African Leadership University, Workforce Readiness Survey in 2025. And I'll share there are a lot of soft skills that are very important in the job market today, but there are 4 top skills that really will help in the workspace. One of them is called problem-solving skills. Really, employers nowadays are looking for people who will really bring solutions to some of the challenges. Usually, businesses, they have got challenges that they are facing in. So once they look at, let's say, data and tracking, they have got a challenge that they are looking for. So when you are coming in to be a solver of some of the challenges that they are facing in. So, and these are things that are supposed to bring out clearly when we are at the interview space, that what are some of the values that you're bringing in, what are some of the solutions that you're bringing in, when they learn some of the values that you're bringing in to make the company to steer forward. So that is something that we need to think about, like for any role that you're applying, what is your value? What are you bringing to that company? So it's very important. The other thing that employers are looking for is people who are able to teamwork. Someone who is a team player, someone who is able to collaborate effectively with others. I don't believe that you can work alone in any department. Mostly for those of us who are going to be working with team centers and team players, they're going to collaborate very well with other people. So you need to be someone who is not a non-player, someone who is able to collaborate effectively. So collaboration and teamwork will really help you. Well, I don't know the first interview. It was more about so you might be very good, but how can you get your ideas? You might be very skilled, but you might lose a job because of and you can really learn about communication. I was just having a conversation also with the shipper from Kenya, and he's also from a group that I'm also passionate about, called Management Club. They usually teach more about public speaking and communication. When you understand about those matters, and when you show that you want to improve your communication. So communication is quite important, and that can really take you far. And the last that really came out from that. There are many soft skills that are important, but the top four skills that we found were really looking for young people applying their literature workspace. It's not someone who has a wrong mindset. Growth mindset is really, growth mindset is moving, reading, and there's no adults, there's nothing.
Thank you very much, Guildford. So yes, you've had that X factor is really important to help you stand apart from the rest of the crowd. We'll now move on to Elena from Konza Technopolis. We've all heard about Silicon Valley in the US, and I'm sure we know that we have our own Silicon Savannah here in Kenya, a city built right from scratch in our lifetime. I think. And we'll hear from Elena on Konza has shaped up as African Silicon Savannah, a hub for smart cities. Maybe you could share with us what are the biggest opportunities for the people in this room? How can they tap into that vision of Konza?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. So when you look at Konza Technopolis, when they say that it is a smart city, when you talk about a smart city, you can choose to look at it in two phases. We have the built aspect of the city and the tech aspect of the city. So there are quite a number of opportunities that the people who benefit from this program can take advantage of. Number one, when we talk about the built space, we have urban design and master planning. Like she said, the city was built from scratch. That means that you would need to develop a city, master plan it properly so that you don't have a scenario, for example, like here in Nairobi, where the population has overgrown and the utilities that are supposed to serve the city do not serve. Therefore, you have a retrofitting kind of mindset. You want to add because the numbers have increased. But if you are in the field of urban planning, where you master plan the city, you zone the city, and you look at the city in a projective kind of manner. Therefore, you have included the population growth and all the utilities. You look at smart infrastructure and engineering. Here we have opportunities for civil engineers, for architects, for mechanical engineers. We need smart infrastructure. For example, in Konza, our mechanical team has helped there's a system that they have for collecting garbage, the solid waste collection. It's an automatic vacuum system that collects the trash all over the city. We envision, as Konza, we envision that in the future we will be able to build other smart cities in Kenya and beyond. And we would like to have as many of us be part of that journey, be part of that vision. You can come as the engineering team. When you talk about environmental engineering and sustainability, those are key aspects that right now, even in the global industry, sustainability is key. It's at the fingertip of every other construction project, every other mega project. We talk of renewable energy, all those things. We have the pilots going on at Konza. We have systems in place to transform waste to energy, which go a long way in the green building world. When it comes to the tech side, we have startups. Konza is set to be an economic hub where you can have starters, entrepreneurs who want to do the startups. They can come and
build your startups and show up your startups to investors who are going to finance and take your business to another level. We have the digital transformation. There are so many challenges that we're facing right now in Africa that when you look at it in terms of the digital aspect, there are so many ways there's technology in the health industry, technology in education industry, the research and development institutions that are to be set up in Konza. They really play a big role when it comes to boosting the smart cities. Therefore, the opportunities, I can just list them as engineering based. We have tech based, the digital infrastructure, smart infrastructure, intelligent transport systems. Yeah, those are among the opportunities that are there in Konza.
Okay, Elena, before you hand over the mic, I think there are a lot of new emerging opportunities in your area, and I know you came with a team from Konza. If you could kindly introduce them so that the people in this room can know who they are. This is an opportunity for them to talk to the people who can help them move to the next step. So kindly introduce your team and let them stand up so that our audience can know who they are.
So in Konza, we have a mentorship program. We call it the Silicon Savannah Women, and that's who we are here with today. I have two of my colleagues here. I'll give them the mic to introduce themselves.
Good afternoon. My name is Emma Nyaga. I'm a mechanical engineer at Konza Technopolis Development Authority, and we are here to give you mentorship and to give you insight how you can join us as women in tech. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I think for me, I'm very it's like, so maybe I didn't experience the issues with the quite some guys anyway, but other issues are there. My name is Sharon Kimatui. I'm a structural engineer, and I'm very happy to be here to interact and to learn from one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the team from Konza. So we'll get back to our panelists. So Grace from Davis and Shackley. I think this is the MC who mentioned that some of us, our generation, we did not get these opportunities, yeah? And you young people sitting there, we have this forum so that in another few years, you'll be the ones sitting in such a panel, encouraging young people to, on how to navigate life. So we'd like to hear from Grace, yeah, that if you are one of these young people today, I will not specify women because we also have young men, what mindset would you carry into the STEM and TVET area? And what changes would you like to see in Kenya's innovation ecosystem?
Thank you very much. I'm very visible. You are not visible, so allow me to stand. This is something that a few years ago, let me give from my own experience. A few years ago, after completing my degree, that was back in 2018, and it was not clear. There's people who are lucky that when you're doing your final exam, you're already going for interviews. Then immediately you're done with the exam today, on Monday you report in an office. That is never the case for everybody. And that is something that you have to put in mind, that you not leave school and immediately get employment. So myself, I did not get that. It took me 3 years for me to get into formal employment. And that's when I joined Davis and Shakir. What did I do? Did I see myself as a failure? Did I see, I have an engineering degree, hello. It's been 5 years in school. I deserve to get an opportunity and be paid 100,000, hello. That's the attitude that sometimes we leave campus or we leave school with, but the reality is the ground is really different. So what do? You're here, you graduated, you have your papers, and I know our parents are encouraging us, get the paper, alafu life itakuwa poa. Sometimes it doesn't work that way. And it's for you to know that, yes, you have your degree, but you need a starting point. It doesn't mean that a starting point is you getting into Kengen, is you getting into which other company do you know, or you want to go to? Yes, Davis and Chatley, any other? Microsoft, another one? Yeah? Sonatel, Kinshako, Safaricom, yako ni gani? Yeah, working to. It's not like that when you want. It doesn't just like that. Some things, sometimes the people will be lucky. I'm not saying that 100% doesn't work like that. But there are people who have been lucky to have done that. Okay? It's not independent to have what you do. So what did I do? So that was 2018. I was lucky enough that in 2019, I got a scholarship by African Development Bank to pursue my master's. But now you did your master's, yes, but are you going to eat that master's? No. So you have to go back to class to fend for yourself, and now you can't keep asking your parents on a delay. You know, you have to start being independent. So what did I do? I started being a research assistant for some of my lecturers, collecting data for them and all. And kidogo, COVID hit, right? So what's next? Does it mean that I give up? No, it doesn't mean that I give up. It means that I had to go and forget that I have a degree and start from somewhere. Okay? So what did I do? I was a house manager for 2 weeks. With all my degrees, with all my masters, I had to start from somewhere. Okay? Now, this is what happened. I was a house manager for 2 weeks. Mnaamka 6, tanisha watu hii, breakfast, zinafua, nini, all those things that you think a house manager would do, I did. 2 weeks later, an opportunity came about. The person I was working for had a friend who wanted someone to be sending emails. It's they sell domain, .com.org and hosting. Okay, so they do that. So they needed someone to be sending emails, messages, shall say, domain yako ina expire, leave. I went, did that. Then kidogo, in our church, people needed errands to be done. What kind of errands? There are people who are waiting, but they're always in the office, and they need someone to go to Kirinyaga Roads, aende angalie kama kuna bridal items there, then aende atafute suti, then kuna fundi anashona, was a maid, they're supposed to be taken to where the maids are. Grace ni nani? Nikafanya nini? Nikaanguka nayo. So I did that. Then I ran a working from start to end. And they couldn't believe some of the things that the lady was there sending me photos. I'm looking for this, I'm looking for this. Guess what? I will get it. Nitaenda Nairobi nitafute hizo vitu kwenye ziko na nitazipata. In the process, I decided, why don't I, now that najua mashimo za Kanairo, I start doing my own things, you know. Then as women, we cook, so, and we spend a lot of time in the kitchen. Okay? Why don't you get things that make your work simple. Something as small as ile ya garlic, crusher. Unajua kitambo tulikuwa tunafanya hivi, you know, but the garlic crusher is very simple, okay? Instead of using a matchstick, hizi kumekuja gani, si ndio? Watu hawajui penye zinatoka, but mimi najua mashimo. Nitaenda kuzitafuta. So I started a campaign. I called it Graham Collection. Na ukiuliza jikoni unaenda wapi? Kamukunji, thank you. So I went to Kamukunji. I discussed with a few people who sell there and I told them, mimi, nataka nilikuwa nakujia vitu hapa kwako, then I go sell. Niko na shop. Nina online shop. So I created a WhatsApp. I went to Facebook, I created a group, and I could sell things. Take things to Mombasa, take things to Nakuru, Kisumu, and normally sold online. So now, nimefanya accounting. Nimefanya accounting. So, engineers, one of the things we do, we are very technical, but we lack soft skills. So what do? The simple mathematics umezoea. I started an Excel sheet. So this Excel sheet has buying price, selling price, expenses, because that's a transport the expense, and then moving. So at the end of the month, I'll sit down and I'm like, this is what I have sold, these are the profits, expenses, and this is my profit. So hii ndio mshahara yangu ya mwezi. So next month najiambia lazima targets zipande. Okay? So I did that for a while. And then I realized in church people would ask me, hey Chris, natafuta hii kitu fulani, naweza nitafutia. Hey, mashimo najua, that things I would even get from Turkey. And I get them to the customers. I advertise through WhatsApp, I advertise through Facebook, I advertise in any way. By then, I think TikTok was not a thing so much as it is right now. Then an opportunity came for David and Shafif. So the first time I applied, I never got any response. Did I give up? 5 times later, the 5th time I applied, and this time I applied even to another company. So that company called me, they did an interview, but they told me, we're not looking for degree people. Na kwanza wewe hata uko unafanya masters. So sisi tunatafuta mtu wa diploma. Can you imagine the heartbreak? What do you give up? Oh, so another opportunity came. By then, they used to advertise, I think after every 3 months. So I applied again. I did not receive any feedback. Will I give up? You know, with Davis and Shakti, if you apply online, hakuna siku kupeleka your documents physically. So maybe nikichwa I was like, I am determined, and I went there physically. I went there physically, and I said I would like to see the HR. And when I went there, they were like, I'm sorry, we don't take physical applications. Not a HR, you can't see them because they still tell you the same thing that you have to apply online. Mimi ni nani? I went to, there's a branch here at River Roads. I went there. I told them, I met one of the sales engineers. I told them, if I bring business to you, if I bring kuna vile mtanilipa, wakasema ladies and Shakti couldn't work like that. Am I giving up? No, I'm not giving up. And I applied again when they advertised. And this time, I was lucky because there were a few people that I knew. I asked them for the number in HR. So I called the HR. Namwambia, I've been applying to ladies and Shakti. Is there anything that I'll be doing wrong? So that you tell me so that if something I can change, I change. They told me right now, we don't have any in the intake. But in the next one, which is like 2 weeks, we shall have 2 weeks. Nilikuwa rada, nikamcall. Ulisema 2 weeks, I have called. December, no problem. The beginning of, I think it was end of March, we'll call for an interview. So I went, did the first interview. In Davis and Shankly, let me give you a secret. Nobody will ask you, what is the first law you don't know. They'll not ask you, what is energy. They'll ask you questions like, if you were an animal, what would you be and why? Because in Davis and Shankly, you might be very qualified, but if you do not have the personal skills outside what you know, you will survive. Because we are salespeople, we need to talk. If you don't talk, so me I went. Second interview, the current MD, I was there. So he asked me one question. What are you currently doing? What was I currently doing? Yes. It was the first time I'm doing a corporate interview. So I told him, I've been selling kitchenware. Then he was like, so where is your shop? I told him I don't have a shop. Then he's like, so where do you keep your stocks? And I don't have stocks. Niko na picha tu. Naekanga WhatsApp. So nikamwambia, this is what I do. Akaniambia, okay. That's okay. That's a very good thing. Do you know, a few days later, I got a call that I will be joining Davis and Shankly, and where I was to be placed is the Davis and Shankly online shop. Yeah. So they have an online shop where people call or they do advertise and then people buy. But now they have stocks. So that would have been a different perspective. Okay? So where am I going with this story? And that's how I managed to join Davis and Shankly. Where am I going with this story? I had all the years in school, 5 years for engineering course, but did I say no to being a domestic manager? Did I say no to being selling kitchenware? No, but I had to start somewhere. Okay? You have to start somewhere. You have a goal, you know where you want to be, but you have to start somewhere. So for me, what I would encourage even the Kenyan system is to offer soft skills to the technical people that you have. These skills like marketing, entrepreneurship, and trust me, you don't have to wait. I know Saini nasemanga, I'm very busy, niko na exam, niko na cut. Ukitoka huku nje, that's when you realize when you're in school, you're very idle. So unamaliza series, 9 seasons in 1 week. Najua mshamaliza Beauty in Black. Beauty in Black is okay, hiyo siku umekalia yote. Na kuna wengine wetu, sisi wengine hapa, hata wajui Beauty in Black ni nini. Okay? You can't even, like an episode takes to a moment to finish. Because you're very busy. Okay? So you have time. You need those, you're currently doing technical skills, but you need the soft skills. You need communication skills. You need financial skills. Don't wait until you're 35, until ukianza kuwork ndio utafanya hizo financial needs. No, start now. Okay? So utilize that time. Know that you have to start from somewhere. Huwezi toka tu you immediately and you want to be a CEO or you want to be earning 100,000 or 200. You know, start from somewhere. Ukimaliza shule and then they tell you, like one of the people who talked, kazi ni kutoa misumari, kufanya hiyo kazi. something will kill me when you're doing it, eh? And they'll be like, we need someone who has worked in a construction site. No, sikutaka vizuri ilikuwa construction site, and that should be something that will earn you a job. Okay? Yes.
The person who picked the panelists, are very key too. I'd like to take quickly. I think we've had such wonderful and inspiring stories from our panelists today. Thank you so much, Grace, for sharing that. I mean, I was mesmerized. I think I'll have to talk to you after this. But yeah, so there's a lot of resources here. There's a lot of opportunities. And I think there's something we're told that luck is when what? Opportunity, exactly. So we'd like to say, you know, you see people here, you say, oh, they're so lucky, they have these opportunities, but they had to be prepared. You know, like what Grace has said, what she went through was helping her prepare for, you know, eventually where she is. So as I'd like to turn to Guildford one more time. Guildford, you can tell us when you're talking about like if the people, the young people who live here today, what is one practical thing that they can go and do today to prepare for that luck in front of them?
Thank you so much for that question. So I think for me, what I'd say, and we can be vulnerable today because we walk the path that probably you're walking. One of the mistakes that we did while we were in school, just like what Peter said, we had time, but we didn't make use of that. Maybe just to ask, how many of us have their CVs updated? Maybe by show of hands. Yes, a handful. I'm able to see just a handful of us CVs updated here. How many of us were able to carry their CVs? This was an important event. Only had to have seen even people who are working here with their CVs and the students didn't come with their CVs. But the thing I can say is that we waited until we finished our school for us to start preparation either for interviews. You are waiting until you finish either whatever you're doing, we have practical experience. And let me just say, from that survey that also I shared earlier, 70% of employers say they will hire someone who has practical work experience. Now I know some of us, when you go to interviews, when you are asked, do you have 5 years of experience, and then you tend to criticize the president, probably asking you, how did you want me to get that experience? And yet I just finished school the other day. But in that time, when we were in school, we made the same mistake. I made the same mistake. I waited until I finished university for me to start going for volunteer opportunities. Please don't make that opportunity. Don't make that mistake. You've got time while you are still in school. Go and get. And majorly because you are learning in STEM and technical, I don't believe nobody's going to hire you if you don't have practical work experience. You need to get that work experience. Find a volunteer job that you can learn. Find someone that you can learn. Now you are here, you have come here. The other thing that I say, please, all of us, let us have a mentor. Most jobs are never advertised. In fact, I mean, our workplace that most opportunities that are shared, you have a referral, you know someone, and usually someone gets that job. So most opportunities are not advertised. It is those people who know someone that they are able to get that job. Surely say that your network is what? Your network. For the ladies who are here, you've got a big network here of women, 10, who are doing amazing things, you know. And I'm happy that I also have a friend here that we school together with Sharon, who is working is doing amazing things in the structural engineering field. So basically what I'm trying to say that have a mentor, someone who can guide you on that journey so that you don't make the mistake that some of us made when we were starting probably. You need to know the public channel. When it comes to interviews, they have changed really their perception. Just like Master said, nobody is going to ask you, tell me about yourself. There are those scenario questions that are going to ask you in the interview that makes you to pay. If you're in this situation, how would you go about this kind of pay? You can only respond to that interview if you have worked before, or if you have some volunteer experience in that end. So don't wait until you finish your 1 year of schooling, or your 2 years of skilling, for you to start only working in the building center, how much to start working in the automotive. You can go to a garage and get some skills that will help you a long while as you press on in terms of your career. So that's really will help you. Now, when it comes to also preparation for the lab, I don't believe in luck. I believe it's all about preparation. You need to prepare yourself for that opportunity coming. Nowadays, when it comes to interview, because I'm also in a place that usually recruit a lot of young people who have a lot of employers, there is no HR who is going to look at CVs manually. There's a system that is called ATS, Artificial Tracking Systems. That is there once you apply. In fact, when you apply for a job and then they tell you that they have a system, know that the HR is using an artificial tracking system to track applications. Now let me just ask you a question. When a job is advertised, maybe in my job mark, within 1 hour, how many applications are sent? It's a lot of applications. I don't believe there's an HR who's going to look at those. What it says, only the first people who have applied within 1 hour, the applications are likely to be seen by the application tracking system. So if you don't look out for opportunities, you are still learning now, but look out, have your goals, know where you want to be, have your bigger why, the bigger reason why you are going to be. What is your career pathway that you want to move in? Because that will help in terms of the vision, in terms of the direction that you're making your career. Because once you know your why, then if you tell people to look out for the opportunities that probably are going to meet, but are going to ensure that they help in terms of the career. So for me, what I'll say is that there's quite a lot in the research, there's quite a lot in the that you can learn, particularly in terms of the AI that is coming, a lot of opportunities are coming, but it's about those beforehand and they're able to get those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you, Leopold. I think we'll now wrap it up, and I'll just go around to all the panelists, asking you to give one very practical piece of advice to our young people here that can help them prepare for the workplace. I'll start with my left.
Thank you. See if you can put down I love what Arthur said, what she started and doing. Don't stick to, I am an engineer, and so that's why I need for engineer. Anything else, any other opportunity that comes your way, with art and a good engineer. Don't have that kind of attitude. Be innovative, be flexible, because a lot of things when you work in other opportunities, it goes into all any other space. And also networking is very important. For me to be in this position also is because of being in a network of awareness. When this position was required, the president said, give this position to a woman who is in that profession. And the cabinet secretary did not know, so they asked someone who asked someone who asked someone, and eventually someone said, no, I know the association, I know this kind of energy and extract from them, I know this people. So they asked, and I didn't even know. Someone called me and told me, send your CV, don't ask, don't tell. I did that. 2 weeks later, I'm called and I'm told there's a position that's opening up. And so they went through their announcement. I waited the announcement. I waited 6 months. Like, so just move on with life and move on. At one time, someone said to me, congratulations, For what? It sends me now that I get notice of the appointment. Not like, oh, it has come to pass. So, be in the space of what you need to do and just keep working, volunteer, be there, show up. One of the speakers said, show up. Yes. So show up in all those spaces and we will see. Thank you.
Okay, good evening again. I hope I'm visible. No. Anyway, so one thing I would just like to advise my younger sister is build your confidence, yes, as a woman, but then also build your competence. You know, you go to the field, yes, to the confidence, but the men were allies, really nice men like Gilbert, but then the men will challenge your competence. So how able are you to do that job that you have as an engineer or as an automotive person or construction person? If you're able to do your job well, they'll respect you. But if you're not, they'll be like, woman, ukienda sana lakini hakuna kenye anaweza fanya kwa. Right? So keep upskilling, reskilling, don't ever stop learning from people around you and from the resources that you get around you. The confidence will get you into places, yes, but it's only that competence that you have as an engineer or as a person in STEM that's the only thing that will sustain you. That it's like your currency to get into that job and to sustain you there. So build yourself up in this both on both sides and be like that. Thank you.
The big thing I can say is patience is really important when it comes to career growth. You need to exercise patience. Sometimes when you finish campus or you're finished, you're going hurry that you want to get a job. And when things doesn't come up as quick, and then you tend to doubt on your abilities, on your strength. But you need to have patience. Everyone who has grown in their career, they have really exercised patience in terms of in the career ladder, step by step. Nobody just wakes up and becomes a manager in a particular place. They have to grow in a career step by step. So we need to exercise patience. I know this generation that we are here, and that's probably put a myth that we are young people and we don't have patience, but we can change that narrative today. That you are different, that you have patience. That will help you to go a long way in terms of your career. I think someone has said that what I also just emphasize is that have someone who can guide you. Have a mentor always. Have a mentor always. Find someone within your career who has walked the path that you're looking for, the path that you are envisioning. They will guide you a long way. Every one of us should have a mentor, and that will really help in terms of your personal space. Thank you.
Can someone read for me Galatians 6:9? Anyone? Galatians 6:9. Anyone who is ready? Yes? At the back? Yes. Let us not go nowhere. Can you clap for her? Give courage and confidence. So Galatians 6:9 talks about us not being weary in doing good. For in due time we shall reap if we never give up, right? So there's something called success. Who are some of the successful people that you know? Bill Gates, Elon Musk, me, well, yeah, Zuckerberg, yeah, the Amazon guy, yeah. But one of the things that you will see, you look at Elon Musk and think that alitokea tu. No, alitokea tu. There's a story behind it. And one of their motivations, when you look at someone like The guy wa Amazon, anaitwa nani? Bezos. And if you look at his history, there was a time he even, kitambo kulikuwanga na Windows XP. How many know Windows XP? Okay. So he would do something like that, and then computer inakwama. But still does not give up. Most of the successful people that you see and you admire, if you ask them of their story, they'll tell you, I have failed many times. But what did I do? I never gave up. If you look at the person who invented electricity, alitumia bulbs ngapi? Mingi, no. Until ikalight, no. So what I would like to encourage you is, the road might not be as smooth, but as long as you know where you're going, you should not give up. You'll knock so many doors. I remember I went to a company along Mombasa Road, and that day I decided I am putting my CV, naenda tu nikidrop kwa every company that I find. So nikaingia in that, and the girl looked at me, kaniuliza, Madam, can you do welding? Nikamwambia yes. What are types of welding that you've done? Nikamwambia, nilikuwa nimeiva, tulifanya attachment. Nikamwelezea. Akaniambia, I'm sure you can do this welding. Nikamwambia, yes, I can. Akaenda akanitolea akaniambia, can you do this kind of welding? Nikamwambia, yes, I can. Akaniambia, sawa. Acha CV yako hapo na receptionist will call you. I never received a call. But did I give up? No, I never gave up. So, the greatest secret to success, in as much as we'll work hard, we'll work smart, is never giving up. You'll hit a roadblock. A door will be closed. Look for a kamwanya. Look for a window that is open and go for it. Not giving up. And that is some of the things that kill many dreams, many success stories that we have had. Okay? So, never give up. Thank you.
Hi. Melala mko sawa? Jalala? Oh, so they have said a lot of things. They say never give up. Make sure you have skill, sindio? Make sure you have the soft skills, sindio? Kitu ingine, cancel out the noise. Wala anakuambia wewe ni msichana, huwezi, hauna enough experience, cancel out the noise. Sawa sawa. She wanted to do a course in STEM. You sure that's what you wanted, sindio? Cancel out the noise. Do your thing. Upskill, do the soft skills, enda fanya pata experience, then cancel out the noise. Do not listen to them. If they're discouraging you, they're not helping you. Sawa sawa. Cancel out the noise.
For me, what I would give as a parting shot to the team that we have here, I would say that already when you join the STEM careers, when you're pursuing a STEM course, we are going against the gradients. It's a course and a field that is perceived to be male dominated. We've had that several times. So as we work against the gradients, you need to know all these factors that they've said. You need to upskill yourself. We live in the digital era. You need to take advantage of all online learning. There are so many courses that we have online that are free that you can use to upskill yourself, make yourself different from your fellow counterparts. Even by you being here and another person not taking part in such a program, you've already set yourself aside. You have to create your own path, set yourself aside. One thing I normally tell myself, you shouldn't be in a position where you're told to do something, you're tasked with something, someone believes in you to do something, and you're not able to do it just because you're a woman. You will have
you'll have contributed to this narrative that you're really trying to take down. So you should make sure that if it's within your ability, you are competent in that area, it's what you studied for. If you're given a task, people go for it, do it. Don't let it be that you didn't do that task because you're a lady. Some things out of nature, you're not in a position to control. For example, after now you are in your childbearing years, maybe you're going back to work. There are some things that will be a bit difficult for you, but once you're through that season, you can always redeem yourself, put yourself back in the game. Don't ever give up. Yes, something can put you back, but always once you've set your eye on the goal, you know where you're going. No matter the setbacks that you meet, go back on track and go for it. Thank you.
With that, I'd like to thank our panelists for sharing those very wonderful stories. And I think someone told us personal stories are the best. They leave an impact. So I know we have, heard everything that they have to share. And let's take a lot of nuggets from this. And I think I can confidently say that you have achieved your targets, because when Grace asked the room to name a successful person, someone said, themselves. So we're already seeing ourselves as successful, which is a good thing. That means we're putting aside all the stereotypes and barriers and aiming for the prize. So I'm going to hand over to you for a few questions for our panelists. I think maybe we have just about 5 minutes. So I will pass the mic around.
Tunajua sikuwa panelist lakini ningekuwa. So it's a question really. Is there something she said that really is what we're thinking? Well, we're talking about the whole mentorship session and what you need to do regarding your career, whatever you're doing right now. There's something that also is very important as we're going through this journey. How many of us know where climate change is happening? The UNFCCC climate COP is happening, not the experts. How many know where COP 30 is happening? The climate change conference, where is it happening? Exactly. So my point is, it's happening in Brazil in November. You need to also understand what are the global trends that are affecting your work, or that they going to affect your work in what way. You understand? Emily spoke about energy transition. How many of us have ever heard of energy transition? What are we transitioning from and to where? My point is, we need to also understand the global trends that are affecting our job. The reason why some of us don't have jobs is because, like she said, you're an engineer and that's all. What are the global trends that are going to affect how you do your job? ESG, environmental social governance, how are they going to affect your job? So while we are here listening to mentorship, what are you doing? Because some of us have Facebook accounts, right? We have Instagram, we have TikTok, but do you take your time to read? Do you take your time to understand the global happenings, the global trends, right? So if we're sitting here, last week was Bunga, your president spoke last week, do you know what he said? How is it going to affect your job? How is it going to affect how you get your job? The opportunities coming up in renewable energy, in climate change, in ESG, how are you positioning yourself as a young person to ensure that while the pie is bigger, how do you get that pie? So usibaki hapa wewe ni mechanical engineer and that's the only thing you know how to do. Get those courses, attend those conferences, go to LinkedIn. How many have LinkedIn accounts? Please raise up your hand. I want to give you a tip. Please raise your hand. Yeah. So sorry, I'm gonna question. I'm good. So what I do on the side also, I'm a personal branding specialist. So LinkedIn offers a lot of opportunities for young people to learn, right? And funny enough, it also offers opportunities for work. People just don't know how to use it. It's how you brand yourself. Are you reading? Are you understanding? Are you sharing? What is you Africa Youth saying? What is the Northern Damage Committee saying about climate change? What is UNFCCC talking about? You understand? What is the conversation on your space, on the trend? So when we are up to date with what David did the other day, what Bahati did, but we also have to be up to date with what your industry requires. Yeah, because many people don't know what Bahati, nimelitoa jana. But if none of us know where crop that is happening and you want a job, you can see the disconnect, right? If none of us can talk about energy transition and how it's going to affect your job, then we have a problem. You need to create, there's a problem, so solve it. So when you talk about the current trends in the global landscape, how is it going to affect your job? You can talk and talk.
Thank you for that. Any more questions or comments? We'd also like to hear your perspective from young people's point of view.
Hi, I wanted to ask about the volunteer jobs. Where exactly do you
Sorry, may I request you first introduce yourself?
Oh,
And
okay. My name is Tricia Derry. I study chemical engineering in Nairobi Polytechnic. So I wanted to ask about the volunteer jobs because I've been looking for jobs, like volunteer jobs, since my cousin told me that when she finished her degree, she didn't get a job because she wasn't able to show experience. So I took that to heart and I've been looking for something I can do as a chemical engineer. It's really not easy, especially if our field is not wide. It's a really, it's not a known field. And like,
maybe we can have one of the engineers in the room respond.
We can take 3 questions.
Okay.
And then you can allocate each of them with answer. That name is just okay, I'm a student at Kasarani Technical, pursuing a diploma in building. Okay, during you people you encouraging us to captain mentorship, our mentors. And actually we're like kabla yangu nilichoka kwenda kati because tunaenda kwa site unapata kwamba mtu hujasoma. So he's like I've already to take advantage yako. So unafikia vitu wanakuambia you're like let me just do this and put hata kazi sioni kufanya. Lakini when I went to another guy mwenye najua amespecialize, he asked me, is it possible, okay madam, wa Bamburi? I asked, is it possible niende nijaribu Bamburi? And then see whether they can, wanaweza nikuita. Then the guy told me, Bamburi wanachukua wana. I was like, let me just tell you what
hi everyone. This is studying Polytechnic. And humbled to see everyone, especially the women. It's something I've noticed in all these women, they have a ring. You can know that you're not supposed to take your life worthless or for granted, meaning, yeah, do the steps. And my question is, channel, do you give like financial aid, sponsorship, or scholarship, and also, yeah, on top of that, the mentors? How do we get mentors, and how do we know the correct mentors for us? Thank you.
I think you can take that away, then maybe we'll have 2 more questions before we close.
Okay, I think we'll start with the question that the lady who's doing, is it my chemical engineering? You're asking about resources, where to get opportunities. Imelda will take that question.
Hi again.
So, well, I would say that it's not really easy, but it is something. And that is where mentorship comes in. Most of this volunteering growth will be given by your mentor. I'll give an example for me. In campus, I had a mentor, and most of the volunteering work that I did in campus was given by mentors. And it doesn't necessarily have to be volunteering work in chemical engineering. It could be volunteering work that builds your skills in data analysis, that builds your skills in Excel work and, report writing. That would still help you in your chemical engineering after. But most of these volunteering roles, you get them in your mentor. And how do you reach this method if you haven't gotten into a program like this? Let's talk about LinkedIn. And someone in the morning actually mentioned that. And so most of these people who are learned and experienced, they always want to mentor someone. It's just the mentees who normally don't reach out to these people. So you going on LinkedIn and you're seeing someone that you've been looking up to and reaching out, you're like, hi, Imelda, I've been seeing this and this and this. I have an interest in this. You like me to volunteer and help you out in your report writing or when you're going for your field work? Can I accompany you? Those are some of the ways you get some of this volunteering roles. They don't just come there or advertise somewhere. It's you being proactive to reach out to these people and ask them, can I help you with this? Can I do this and this? I'll give an example of my past volunteering internship. It was volunteering internship at Awi. I was in an internship that I was being paid. That was in 2022 when I finished campus in March, and then July I got an internship that was being paid, still recommended by someone. But I felt that that is not the internship that will help me grow in my career. So I quit that internship and went to the AWIC CEO. I actually called her because she was also a mentor, but we had not gotten to with. I called her and I'm like, she was called Hannah. Like Hannah, I was crying. Like Hannah, this job is stressing me out. I am so depressed. I'm not able to grow at all. 'Cause the boss was like, I wouldn't mention the company, but it's like really basic. So Hannah called me for a cup of coffee. She's like, how can I help you? I don't have a job right now, but if you can volunteer, it's okay. And I was like, I don't mind. Me, I just want peace of mind and where I can grow. So the internship was paying me 30K, but now I was quitting that internship to go and volunteer for zero K. But it was a place where I would. So so you know, so that was her scenario. She had a mentor. Okay? The lady who asked about chemical, I want to ask you a question. Wait, which company, you said it's a bit small, which companies do you think can give you those opportunities?
The ones that I think of right now is petrol, the companies that have diesel and stuff, so Shell. Another one is when it comes to virtual as chemical engineers can be researchers. So we can also work in medicine. We can also work in IT. Yes. And then company. An example is maybe
Check. Let's take an example of check. Okay. That's I think Vivo Energy. Let me give you a story. So for me, I have paid my own campus fee. I used to work and go to class. So when it got to semi-attachment, you have to do industrial attachment. Me, I was very calculating. I'm not going to an attachment where I'm not being paid. Because it's a one as always next term. What did I do? I did research. Where did I land? I landed at a company called Innovate. Watu wa Kabete mnaijua. I did my research. Nikasikia Innovate, they pay 250 USD per month for an intern. Do I know anyone anyone. What do? I walk there. I stay there all day, observed how people move in and out, and then nikasema nitakwenda home. Nikaenda kwa gate, nikaangalia mtu anaweza nipatia information inside the information. I met a lady and I asked her, unapeana internship? She was like, yes. Naweza pata hiyo internship. So we talked, akaniuliza background yako ni gani? Nikamwambia mimi nimefanya agriculture engineering. Tukaongea. So apparently the place is about research. No. Mimi ni wa engineering. Sawa. Na nimefanya gani? Agriculture one. So the only place, the kind of engineering they get ni watu wa mechanical, because they do a lot of insulation, repair fridge, doing what, air conditioning, all those things. And civil, because they do a lot of structures. Did I give up? Kaniambia niende the following day. Nikaenda the following day. She took me through the process. There's a lady called Jennifer from capacity development. Kaniambia niambia mimi nika-apply. And I got it. An agricultural engineer. Yeah? I got it. I did not give up. So I got there. So my encouragement to you, you know, it is Shell. It is Vivo Energy. Walk there. Do you know where they are? Walk there. And those guards, only there. All the guards, they'll give you information. Go there. If you say now I want to go to which company? Which company? Where do you want to work? Yeah? Go there. Tell them I want to do volunteer work. I just want to learn. Those guys will be happy. They'll be happy. They don't know what they're doing for you. Because you're gaining experience. You're gaining a lot of experience. Remember that company where I was doing domains and everything? That was all it. I know the hosting, najua kuna silver, najua kuna gold. I know who is hosting what. I can be able to check. What did I gain? Experience. So don't limit yourself. Don't give up. Until you come back the following day, go back the following day, and don't give up. Knock those doors. Sometimes, maybe they're just waiting for you to knock the door. And then they give you the opportunity. If I didn't knock, Mlango ya Davis, would that be that? 4 years later, I wouldn't be here. So knock those doors. Utilize your network. Knock those doors. And it doesn't mean that now you are, let's say, beginning, you don't have as much network as some of us will have. You can't knock doors. Knock those doors. There's someone who knows someone who knows someone who is somewhere. And that's where you want to go. So don't give up.
Let's finish up with Bamburi. There was a question or two.
Yeah, the first one, chemical engineering. I didn't hear you talk about Bamburi. We have very many chemical engineers and all of that. So, kazi kwako, you need to do your homework well and find out how many chemical engineers, how many companies employ chemical engineers. You can get graduate training from our website. You can come for internship for free, volunteer, as you said. Yeah. About Bamburi employing men only. I am here and I am a lady who did civil engineering and construction. So I don't believe that is true. But when I joined, I was the first woman who was doing technical till at Bamburi. As the years have gone by, I've been there. I've known Bamburi for 6 years because I left in and the number of women has increased. And I believe it is all around many other companies So, whoever told you that misguided you, let us talk after this. Maybe, if I can help, I will. The book will tell us no. That's the answer there. So I think you just have 3 more questions, then we close this session because of time. So I'll take the two at the front and there was a lady at the back. Then we'll be done with that session.
Just one, sorry, before you ask your question, there is one sponsor that there's a lady who spoke about her experience with foremen in site, and I think Imelda would like to speak to that briefly.
Yes, that's a topic that is close to my heart. I think because I have worked for men and oil. Kwanza, sichoke kwenda attachment. Usichoke. I think that is where you get the experience. And even though these foremen do not have any knowledge like professional knowledge, they have practical knowledge. And they might not have the proper communication skills to interact with you as a graduate, but they still have the knowledge that the experience that you can gain from them. My second attachment was at a quarry, a very interior quarry in Meru County, somewhere. And I was the only engineer in that place. And most of the guys were just casual guys when you're not mira and I didn't understand that. But it was a time to learn from them. Despite them, I think either they have some chauvinism in a way, and you feel like they are disregarding you or they just don't want you there. So then it's tell them that they go and get married, not supposed to be here. But you need to learn, that's what we did, is we need to learn about the soft skills. You need to learn how to interact with such people so that you have what you just learn until you get the skills. And then after that, you just explore other areas where your professionalism is accepted. But when you are still there, be humble, learn from them because we all have something you can learn from. Yeah.
Good afternoon. I'm Nyambuki from Institute. I'm pursuing diploma in general agriculture. So my question was, hapo kwa STEM, tunasema STEM, where is the A in agriculture? Alafu, the other question is, hapo, we do this project in school and as a part of the NET examination, module 3, we know tunafanyanga project. You write a project, but you don't do the actual project. So we did a project there, but I have a project of my own. Where do I take this project after the shule?
Addressed by own power limits. And even though you are really a good child, when you begin you are traveling with the speed. You are now taking the front. I'm just thinking on behalf of me and me even hata kama unaongea even right cheap and irrigation. We don't really
Nothing. That I told her I will be calling for another mentorship on a Saturday, which will include all the boys and girls in the Polytechnic. So if we call you on a Saturday, will you come? Will you come? Not we are seeing even big good ambassadors wherever you are. You have already said. We talked about a lot about automotive, electrical, but mine is based on, oh, I'm sorry, so from Kibra Technical College, and doing electrical and electronics engineering. Yeah, it's been pleasure having you around for the mentorship programs, and we are really grateful. We don't take it for granted. And mine is not a question, but just a comment and also a compliment. We've talked much on electrical, automotive, and civil engineering. At the back, silent, please. Yes, we talked much about those sectors, and mine goes on green energy. You see, whatever we've been told here to be outgoing, it's good to be an outgoing person. Remember, I'm a student, but I once joined a mentorship program with YC. I don't know if you've heard about it, Wise Women in Sustainable Energy. And I think I was like, if actually I think I'm dreaming big. So I was dreaming about having a solar energy company. So I would feel, whatever the level I'm in right now, I don't think that's my field. I don't think I'll make it. So when I was in that mentorship program, I think it changed my perspective, how I viewed things before. And so when I shared about my dreams, there's one lady who called and then she told me, I heard you said you want to have a solar company and you're just afraid and you doubting yourself. I told her, yeah, that's my plan. And she called and we had to meet for lunch in town and we had everything. I told her, now that you're having a T3 and I'm still a student, why don't you plan on registering the company? So I did research, I went to AI, started creating logos, I did sending them to her, and she said, I think you have nice logos. You know, I'm doing them, but I'm still doubting myself. Is it going to work? Yes, so I sent to her, and then she said, let's start saving 2,000 every month so that we can register the company. We saved until we can pick up 14,000. So, and then we met and told her, you have a 3 years. I'm still a student, but now we are in this together. Don't put me out because I'm a student. I have the knowledge, I have the skills. And trust me, right now we registered Sunfluence Energy Limited. And because, and I'm still studying, but I and I believe it's going to work. So she was telling me, when you finish school, I think you'll be the CEO. And then I'll be the CEO. Oh, so this is how it has worked. And now be the CEO, you're going to be the COO. Now you have the license. We registered our company under your license. You see how things work. If you are not, and I'm just an outgoing person and let not your problems make you feel you cannot do it. You can literally do it. Yeah.
agriculture can be, there's areas in technology which can be integrated into agriculture. So because we are looking at solving food security issues and many other things, let me ask the expert to speak. The jobs in agriculture are predominantly in the food production and food value chain. So a lot of jobs right now lack applicants in say Technical. That's an agricultural value chain company. And all they deal with is agriculture processing. Okay. So there's jobs for engineers, there's jobs for anybody in the agriculture value chain. Have I answered that question? In Kenya, we project that the majority of jobs will be in the agricultural value chain ecosystem in the coming years. So I know agriculture is one of the lesser STEM fields because many of you don't feel agriculture, but that is where the future of the jobs lie. Value chain we take maize, dried, turn it to monocoin. That's process of monocoin. Yes, that is a value chain. You have changed the basic through a mechanical process. Yeah, mangoes to juice. Like for us guys in Makweni, Kalamba, Nini, all those places. They're constantly looking, but nobody wants to go and work in Kalamba. So they are lacking, seriously, they are getting engineers. There are 2 engineers from Tanzania employed in Kalamba because Nairobi has gone to go and work in Kalamba. Jobs are there, that's what I think.
So I am an agricultural engineer. Does it mean I'm not important? What is the definition of agriculture? Science. What is S? Am I answered? Okay. There is somebody who asked about having mentors and all that. I think we forgot it, right? Now, my take on mentors is nobody is perfect, right? And it doesn't mean that if I have a mentor, they need to mentor me as a human being. Okay? Let's not misdefine what mentorship is. You can have different mentors for different spheres of life. It doesn't mean that if you have a career mentor, they have to mentor you as a woman, like being a wife. Okay? So you need to be able to identify different mentors in different fields. Okay? So if you want a mentor in career, go for it. But it doesn't mean that your mentor in career will mentor you spiritually. Okay? Or relationships, or marriage. Okay? So you need different mentors for different spheres of life. It doesn't mean that if someone is very good in their career, they don't have other areas that they're struggling with. They also have mentors. Okay? So don't compartmentalize that you need a mentor who will mentor you in everything so that you don't have over expectations on this mentor. Yes.
A round of applause for her. Now, before I hand over the mic to the panel, the person in charge of the panel, the moderator, that is Eunice, I have one question for Generation Kenya. I have been asked to go and assist when we have job fairs, and students from TVET institutions are coming for job interviews. But sometimes, the way they present themselves, you can be very sharp up there, but sometimes even your dress code and the way you appear will make the employer, sometimes we judge you from a cover. Another thing I do, I'm the industrial liaison officer in TNNP, and I have a lot of issues with students when they walk into my office for assistance. So we keep on quarreling, and I keep on telling them, go
come back looking like a student, and I will give you the service. General from Kenya, please, in 2 minutes, tell these people how they should appear or what they should do. For example, when they're going for jobs or when they appear, what do you people look for? Because I believe some of them they may be very sharp, but they lose those opportunities because of the way they come and the way they present themselves. Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think professional appearance is quite important. People will judge you how you look. You might be very sharp, but how you look, people will really judge you. Now, maybe to the, I know sometimes you might think like people are quite civilized, but when you go to the interview, sure you say the first impressions what? First impressions matter. Please ensure that you dress very well. If you can do a suit, do a suit for that. I'm seeing people are very nice. No, if you can even borrow for a suit, you don't want interview. Don't know for a suit. On the make an impression whether they're going to give you that job or not. So that means that the first impression that you make, just like Madam was saying, when someone just knocks the door, you really know the kind of character that they are, even before they get in there. So to me, the impression that you're making, first impressions really matter. So it's about how you present yourselves when you go for the interview. Sometimes when the interview that you've done culturally, you cannot go for an interview that is done virtually and even you not really, you don't even check your background. You've not really, someone is really very good and make sure that you're not prepared for that one. That one is skill in that end. So for me, first impressions really matter and you need to really prepare ourselves. You cannot go, some people go for interview when they're not prepared. And then you ask them a question and you cannot really prepare. Structure of answers very well for that. It shows lack of preparedness for that interview. So for the young people who are here, if you are ready, if you are gent, when you are going for an interview, you cannot miss preparation for that interview. Because you might be very skilled, but how you present yourself for that employer really will determine whether you get that job or not. So let us prepare ourselves. If you want something, you don't have to go for it. And someone was telling me there one time that just went for an event. You were not the panelist, but he had on a suit. So people assumed that he was one of the guests in that meeting. And they invited him to come out and speak about this. And he was able to speak with them just because of what he had dressed. But in your opinion, the panelist problem and the sharing, you might even have no knowledge. But nobody is going to get it wrong because they basically communicate more. And I know you people will think here, you really formed first impressions on our friend before we spoke. Just because probably of how we were dressed, how we were speaking. So it's really important for us to do that we really prepare ourselves very well, because that will help us to go along in our career. It's important. And once you get that job, you can go back and do other things. But before you get that job, so that they will choose the one they want.
Thank you very much, Guilford. I think back to the mantra of the day, luck is when opportunity meets preparedness. So we're going to wrap up, but it looks like we can continue talking for a long time. And we can see there's a huge need for you to connect with our mentors and to get more resources. So what we'll do, we'll look for an opportunity to go back with our mentors and discuss how we can take this forward. All right. So let's give them a round of applause. One of your trying to get a round I need to ask for help. How do you want us to appreciate them? Nyayo. Haya. Usimame, usimame, usimame. And we are going to stamp our feet. 1, 6, 7. Each set is for everyone. Please feel appreciated.
So 1, 2, 3, let's start. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Thank you very much. So feel appreciated. Thank you so much to our panelists. Thank you, this for a wonderful job. I now take the opportunity to welcome our time is far much gone. We'll be finishing in the next few minutes. And I'm inviting them to come and pass a vote of thanks. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mabel Kakanda once more. So I'm giving here the vote of thanks. And I want to start by just appreciating a very big thank you to our hosts today, the Nairobi National Polytechnic. This Nairobi around Principal Glory has given us the venue, the food, and as co-conveners for this event, we hope these doors stay open so that young people can come in and listen to good things. Thank you, Makofi to NNP. The Women in Leadership Initiative, Davis and Shackley, Madam Margaret is not here, but you heard her in the morning. A special shout out. Can we give them a big round of applause? And the State Department for TVET, these are the conveners, The conveners.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know what a convener is? Yeah. And of course, innovator, Madam Kerepi. For together so many people. So thank you very much. Thank you very much. For the mentorship, the National Construction Authority, Dr. Andino was here. Let us give them a big round of applause. They are true allies, male allies in the construction sector. Spartan energy. I love that name. When I heard it, I was like, whoa. Let's give them a big round of applause. Then once more, because you know they really spent time with us today. Tinkwin. President, do you remember the lady who was in HR and talked to us and gave us data about how women should be involved? Of how few women there are. So the men who are complaining that there is no mentorship, the rest of that percentage is for men. Yeah? Go tell a male friend what happened here. And visitors here. But in women's meetings. Yeah. So God tells our friends. Tell them what you gain from here. You are told to be confident. You are told to be forward. You are told to present yourself well. Go tell a male guy. Go tell a friend. Stop. Baburi, energy with now. No, that was a gun. It was. Guns right there. But I want to shout out to Sophie. Sophie Kitty, yes. Let me tell you one. These are the guys who open doors. You know, there are certain women of a certain age that if they did not do certain things, none of us would be here today. Am I right? Right. You women show us how it was done when things were difficult. Thank you. Thank you. To wait. I'm trying not to leave out anyone at all. Generation Kenya, we have boy child. Yeah? People, they make women around them. Because I don't know what you took home, but I took home be presentable. You know, presentable as women is not a problem. Yeah? Most of us know how to show up. It's a Sunday. Tunajua Sunday best. Hawa wanaume wote ndio wanajua. Baadaye mpaka zinashikwa na kwambia hivi. Na kufanyana hivi. Turn up and turn up. 20. The first release and it meant 20 seconds. Let's turn up. So I mean, somebody has decided whether to employ you or not. Somebody has decided whether to do an internship or not. Yeah, take that one. Just take note of this. Well, can I tell you something? I'm talking to the institution and institutions. All the institutions represent attention. Forget the students. Take your STEM people for a tour of school. So that's the tour. That place is culture. You know, you put garbage square, and then it goes underground. It shakes itself. So you know, from nowhere. That's technology. Yes, yes. Almost ready. What the future is like. Zinakungoja, ziko ready. Then when you think that they can't do it, you're like, go back because they have sensed you are not the only one. So they open for you. Do not remember. Take them. It means that a school fee. No education, no. Teaching, second level. You just no education now. Take them. Take them. What they spend them, and they come back empowered and looking to the future. Who have I forgotten? Me. No, I've forgotten. I've not forgotten. I want to thank you guys. Speaking and doing where you I'm starting with you guys. Oda Kiva where you Oya Namata where you some of the things that you have learned from them. And without further ado, we have learned, we came, we saw, we ate, now you want to go home. As a representative of the principal, Principal Dr. Mironi Mutungi, I want to thank you all so much for coming. And you take our greetings and our regards to your principals. For the people who have come as the mentors, please take our regards to your bosses and tell them that we really appreciate. And without further ado, I declare this mentorship officially finished. And now I'm inviting Madam Mande from
Now, all as we go to conquer, and 1 minute. In our courses, we have employability. We teach from liberal studies department. Those soft skills, life skills, they are taught from liberal studies department. Zile nimekuwa kusema hizi maneno mtihani. The basic skills, communications tunafunza. Lakini leo mmesikia ziko very important. And one of the teaching employability or life skills is self-management, which is self-awareness, self-esteem, self-identity, then communication. Then there is also we also teach team play, working as teams. It's take seriously. Because you come up with all what you know, but if you don't have those soft skills, you find yourself left out. So take those seriously. If you're going to put employability, take it seriously. So my name is Mande Wachenda from Kabete National Polytechnic. I'm the VTEM coordinator. I'm also the RPL coordinator, and then I also teach. And in the class, we teach those things. So now, from today, we take them seriously. We do even an assignment called vision and mission, goal setting, conflict resolution. Today, you've been told you have to be present. And then you have to prepare. Now we are preparing for those opportunities so that when the two meet, you get a job. Nafikiri wengine ambao wanauza hii house management nini? Wait. Yeah, some of you please to sign up, register for those exams. You see that na kila kitu kwa sababu una 2,000. Yes, we have like 300 teachers. Tukikuja kwa weekend na 1,000 na form. Wewe kwa mwingine wanatupeleka na mwingine anapeleka. Why are you missing school fees for 2,000? Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we bless your holy name. We thank you so very much for this day, oh Lord. We've learned a lot of things how to innovate. We thank you, everlasting Father, for Priscilla Modemu and the team. Lord, thank you for Dr. Jane, who invited us also, King of Glory. Father, we want to thank you for Dr. Mutungi, who saw it fit to host us. Father, we give you praise, we give you honor, for there's none like you. Everlasting Father, this evening, Lord, even as we depart, we just want to say thank you. May you be true us of the word. May you open our eyes that we may see those opportunities. Hillary is next to us, and Kabete National Polytechnic students, you've seen the opportunity now. And everywhere we go, Nairobi National Polytechnic, we have so many industries just around here. There is somebody in hospitality who does not even think about Java. Today, our apps are going to open. Plumbers also needed in Java. And very many places. We need plumbers everywhere and every time. Motor vehicles break down all the time. The Bible says, my people perish because of lack of knowledge. Now we are equipped. And so we are empowered. Even as we are empowered, Lord, we pray that you will start up the gifts in us. Start up that joyness, that initiative in us to move forward and go for those opportunities. Never give up. Be consistent as you keep applying those jobs. You be in the right social media handles. LinkedIn, we have been told, is a place you can find jobs. And you can even just sit somewhere, click and say, I want to work in Canada, America, whatever you want, and the job opportunities will come, then we apply. King of Glory, we thank you and we bless your holy name. For this is the day that you made, that we rejoice and be glad in it.
We thank you so very much for each and every student who is here, each and every teacher who is here, our speakers who have left and those who are here. We just want to pray that you bless us. Be with us, cover us with the blood of Jesus. As we leave now, Lord, we want to say that we are equipped. Just like Moses was asked, what do you have in your hands? We have so much in our hands we've learned today. So much we'll be learning from our teachers. So much we're going to learn. Lord, unemployment is going to be history. Our students are going to be employed. Our students are going to be employers. Our students are going to make it. They are going to be lenders and not borrowers. They are going to exceed expectations. They are going to excel. They are going to be above and not beneath. They are going to be victorious. They are going to be the heads and not the tails. King of glory, this evening we declare our students blessed. We declare our students prosperous and victorious. Bless us all and give us journey mercies even as we go home now. We want to pray for your blessings in Jesus' name. Amen.